All right, let's do this. Oh, I'm probably standing in the wrong place, aren't I? Yes, I am. Excellent. Excellent. Explosion bricks. Huh? What holds? Why are you telling them to hold, Beef? They don't hold. No one here holds. Not once in their life have they ever held. I'll wait. Let's see. Let's see who's gonna fuck it up this time. Who's gonna fuck it up this time? Oh no, a Sunstar. Apparently while we were playing Outlast yesterday, they had a quote unquote democratic votes, and Homies was the tiebreaker to give Beef mods, and Sunstar handed Beef a sword. No, somebody did the workouts. Ordain did the workouts. God damn it, Ordain. Hold the beef. Where's the beef? Where's the beef? Man, there's the wheel of punishment. Y'all are just being fucking pedantic today. Y'all are just picking the ones that aren't actually noisy or interrupts.
I give the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
All right, that's Wait a second. Okay. Bid democracy, unfortunately, it's fine. As long as Beef doesn't do anything, I'm not going to be super upset over it. In the case of like fucking up. In the case of fucking up. Anything else is probably kind of fine. Probably. Cartoon, the pizza one? That one's what Halo did. I was like, what's some goofy just kind of staring off little picture that I can put here? Because I don't know what we're going to do today. We've got a lot of options. Let me go see. Because we can do more Crystal like we did on Tuesday and go into the second quarter. We could do the new levels of Crime Scene Cleaner if we want to do something that's like much more chill. We could do Marathon because I'm addicted and don't have a problem. Shut up. Or we can play a new game that doesn't come out until about the 7th, but released its content embargo today, as in like an hour ago. It's a little 3D, I believe it's Thai? Question mark? It's either Japanese or Southeast Asian. I don't know for sure. The school looks very Japanese. But for some reason, I want to say it's some other... It's a Southeast Asian country. I could be wrong. I could be entirely wrong. And oddly enough, it's called Naren. Naren the Orange Room. Or Naren. I don't know if it's Naren or Naren. I have not heard the name yet. It's spelled like my name, but with an N instead of an M. Hi, Impy. Spin the wheel, place the bets. I already spun it. It landed on a 1.5-minute wall sit. And I just put my fucking jacket on. Hold on, I'm taking my fucking jacket off, you bastards. Plus, I need to do the 10 push-ups for Ordain. No, it is not even close to that. It's like a school, little kid school kind of horror game.
Let's step into the macabre halls of the dark.
Oh my god, it's my favorite Grumpy Pants. How are you doing, Grumpy Pants?
The show. Step inside.
Rest in there. Excellent. Excellent. Bully her, chat? What do you mean? No, bully the Kofi. If you're gonna bully me, the best way to do it is make me play games I don't want to play. Hirano streamer, thank you for the follow. I was trying to figure out how to read that for a second. I was like, is that supposed to be multiple words or is it hero no streamer? Is it hero no streamer? It's not spelled like Hirano. This is why capitalization is important in your names, kids. Not grumpy, just tired. Grumpy pants. My favorite little grumpy pants. Done. Just the done emotes. Tighten form fitting. How are your pants? Okay, is that a Batman reference? Is that what it is? Is it the continued Batman reference? Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had a good time. I'm not sure what we're gonna do today. We only just started stream, but we'll figure it out. We have a lot of options today. Life gets shiny. Are you putting on the leather pants? What's the question? What's the deal here? Let's go with the Batman reference. Ah, okay, I see. I see how it is. Bully her for 4 hours? Good fucking luck, dude. All right, I need to set the timer for the wall sit thing. Oh, what? I have text? Why do I have text? I never get text. Oh, okay, it's nothing. I am baby mod. Hold my hand and show me how to smite, Sunstar. Good fucking luck, dude. Inciting challenge, huh? Always. Always inciting challenge. A witty missy with no plan? Excuse you? Yeah, sure. Sure, bud. Sure. But is it Smite Sunstar or Smite Sunstar? I don't know. Which one are you more worried about? You said you had no idea what to do? That's because we're going to vote on it later. We're going to vote on it. We're going to vote on it in a little bit because now I have to do the fucking workouts y'all redeemed. All right, democracy. Yes, but if the answer is stupid or you tie it, then I will make the decision. Then I will make the decision. All right, doing the sit. Timer's on. Let's do this. All right, chat. Who wants highs? Anybody want highs? Ooh. Atomic bomb versus coughing baby. I mean, beef has always been the coughing baby, so right next to Beeg. Beeg and beef are our coughing babies. Hi. Hi, Prey. Hi, Lucian. Managed democracy. Ugh. Ugh. Even the concept is disgusting. Dragon Spartan. Queens. Durgriz. Impy. Woozer. I love a hive, but I don't got my stash. Well, that's a you problem. Hives of visor of skin. Wait, what? Hives? Who said hives? Oh, no, highs. Highs, not hives. Where's Beak? Where's my boy? Where is my boy? Fix what? Fix what? My fat ass? My correct opinions?
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
Okay. Whew. Okay, 10 seconds. 10 seconds, come on. And then it's just 10 push-ups. My lack of high does. That's fine. It's fine. All right, let me do these 10 push-ups really quick. About Mayor Go Booty. Unfortunately, I can't put booty on Twitch. Because it'll probably get deleted. Because I know Izzy's got deleted. Has never been high in his life. I've gotten high. I don't know the exact number, but I could definitely count the number of times on both hands. It's within single digits. Because I never really cared for it. No, this one doesn't. This is a 2D model. The 3D model does. And the reference sheet does. Yeah, it probably would. All right, let's do these push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Okay. But yeah, so I have access to a game that's released technically, its content embargo releases today. It did release today. Make an announcement. Oh God. All right, hold on. I'll do that in a minute. But it doesn't release on Steam and available to the public until the 7th. If we don't do it today, we'll play it Monday. So we don't have to worry about that. It's not like it's going to go away as an option. Same thing with Crime Scene Cleaner and all the other options. We'll do those eventually. But booty, that's a few inches of measuring tape too thick, apparently. I guess. I genuinely don't know why. I don't know if it's like dancing seductively. The thing is, like, Izzy's and mine were both completely clothed. Okay, let me see. What was this? All right, let me see. Attention, Mayor's ass do be fat. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All right. Ass to ass dancing seductively. What did I walk in on? We were talking about the fact that, like, we have a booty emote on Discord made by Izzy, but Izzy had her own on her channel and it got deleted like over a year ago now. Tuka's truth be hitting the radio waves? Huh? The announcements we're here for? Attention, Kmart customers. Testicles. That is all. Anyway. Prehistoric booty cheeks? That is not prehistoric. I did do the announcement. The fake nudes one? Which aisles are they?
Step inside.
Dark Knight, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Marin go drum? We could. We could also call it bakery or something. Who's testing the tickles now? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by tickles. In this style, I mean, we have Zebby's, which is the dump through dumpest. Dumper and dumpest. Oh yeah, we got it, baby. We got it. Which when we fill, let me double check. I want to say we have like a slot or two. Actually, I think we're full. Let me double check. Oh God, what is it under? Rewards? Yes. Okay, yeah, we're full on those. Wow, 76 people have the 1K bits stare emote. That's a lot. But yeah, when we start adding more animated emotes, the first ones that are going to go are going to be probably Dumpy and Dumpest. Almost certainly. Okay. I need more VTM actual player Rex. Let me see real quick. Let me find the ones that I know on Spotify at least. Pod by Night I recommended. The All Night Society. No, I don't want that. I want... Where is library? Where do I see my liked podcast? What the funk? I know how to do it on mobile. Maybe I'll just do it. Maybe I'll just pull it up on mobile. Hold on. Path of Night podcast, Pod by Night, the All Night Society, Canada by Night is really good too, and really funny. If you want one that's all World of Darkness, Beyond the Map is very good. We're past the fringes of the map out here, and there's more than dragons. Those are the ones I have saved on here. If you want stuff on YouTube, there's always the LA by Night and New York by Night that are both really good. Draw her a giant cutie patootie then? What? Giant cutie patootie. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, what do you call those outfits? The like now I'm just the way I imagine that is oh, what do you call those outfits? Something like, let me double check. No. Oh, okay, here. Like, who knows the original strawberry shortcake? This isn't the best example that I was thinking of. It was more like, what is that like Japanese style of clothing called where they dress up like really cute, prissy, big kind of fluffy-ish dresses? What is that called? I don't know if that counts as gothic Lolita. Yeah, but basically that. That would be something I would be embarrassed to be dressed in. And no matter how good I looked. I'm not gonna lie though, when I went to WeebCon, there was a couple booths that were selling these kind of dresses. And there was one that was like gold, brown, and like kind of almost a royal blue. It's kind of cute. It was kind of cute. I liked it. I really did. I kind of liked it. Although I think that was actually, I don't remember for sure, but I think that was actually Goopy's partner that was selling those. I didn't find that out until like weeks later when I was talking to Goopy about what are on the no-fly list. I wouldn't say no-fly list. It's more of like one of those things that I would absolutely be embarrassed in. It's like the thing that's the joke kind of thing. That like they do a lot in like cartoons or subpar TV shows where they have like the tomboy or the punky woman, and they're like, you need to put on the sexy outfit and go seduce the bad guy or some shit like that. And they put on the outfit and they're just like, okay, this looks wrong. It's like, it feels wrong. It feels so wrong. Takes notes. Uh-oh. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Made 1950s full mobster get up. I mean, they did make a like mobster-ish outfit at one point. I do still have it saved somewhere. Let me go see. Is it in the reference sheet section? It is. It is in the reference sheet section. I kind of want it more suit-y. Oh, there's also the bunny one. Yeah. Outfit like Buff Leon's. Hell yes. Hell yes. I love tactical shit, dude. Tactical outfits are so cool. So cool, son of a bitch. Mirrored gear go rounds, obviously. Gear go rounds. What do you mean? Like tactical gear? Is that what you're referring to? Write that down. The buffer, the better. Okay, so do not go thinking like Kono level buff in heavy air quotes. Like, even what Kona released recently, I had to basically like bash him with a stick to get to lower the standards. Mm. Okay. We keep our Marions reasonable here? I mean, yeah, relatively. Like muscle buff, I figured beef. I just wanted to make sure because that was recent. The Kono art was recent. I'm like, I don't want anybody to think that that's what I mean when I say like muscular or buff. Okay, I don't know what the concept of time is spelled with an S, but the concept of time spelled with a C is definitely very important. I don't think we have anything to worry about, chat, because Ordain cannot spell the concept of anything right, so I'm not sure Ordain actually has any power. Marin Gear Go Round is steampunk, tactical is Mall Go Rounds. The fuck do you mean mall? I'm confused. What do you mean by mall? Hmm. Okay. Oh, I don't need Wheel of Punishment still. I can close that. Excellent. Schmo for power, schmo the English into Ordain. At least I have an excuse, Miss American. How often do I misspell things, Ordain? The concepts of a concept. Oh, gone. Mall or mall? Oh, that's a good distinction too. Small ninjas with money. And no, they're kind of the same thing. Nah, it's like there's practical, quote unquote, practical tactical gear. But you're not wrong on like mall ninjas and tactical freaks being basically the two sides of the same coin. Plus, usually you can kind of buy the same shit at the same store. You can buy those like really shitty, not sharp, not practical, decorative swords and stuff at the same store that you can probably buy fake tactical guns. Yes, tactical. Tactical is exactly what it's usually referred to as. Oh? Hmm. Wait, what is Monster Hunter Outlanders? What the hell is Monster Hunter Outlanders, chat? Does anybody know? Latest mobile title. Now, fuck. Mm. Okay. Mobile games censored. Oh no. What do you mean there's new weapons in the mobile game? What do you mean that you are putting new weapons into the Monster Hunter franchise in the mobile game? God damn it! All right, hold on. I want to figure out what this fucking weapon is. Hi, Retro Toby. Welcome in. But yeah, it seems very much mobile Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm clicking through like a dev digest thing to see if I can find what this new weapon is. That's still the longsword. Come on. Is it Toby? Where were you before? And why CEO? Where's the fucking weapon? I don't care about whatever these radiant monsters are. Fuck it, I'll go to the comments. Nothing. Nobody's talking about whatever the new weapon is supposed to be. It looks like it's still all the same weapons. Great sword, long sword, heavy bow gun, dual blades. Those are the only weapons that they've shown. Where's the rest? Where's the fucking rest? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, it's a hero game. Ice trading simulator? No, it's a hero game. You don't play as your own hunter. You play as specific hunters that use specific weapons and have specific roles. Meatery, weapon, longsword, class, assault. Young Varan, weapon, lance, class, assault. Pepper, heavy bowgun, class, disruptor. All I see is sword and shield and then a big garbage bin full of other weapons. Correct. Correct. Everybody knows the best weapon is sword and shield. Always has been, always will be. Oh, here's another character. Madeline, weapon, bow, type, support. Character, Raya, weapon, dual blades. Role, disruptor. Okay. I guess. Okay, so there's only 5. Oh, wait, no, there's more than that. Oh, maybe they were just showing off like one of the weapons they hadn't revealed yet. It's not a new weapon. Because now here it's lance, dual blades, longsword, bow, light gun. And then further up we saw great sword and heavy bow gun. So that's 7 weapons total. Nope, have no interest. Nope, lost me. Is actually a switch axe? I don't know, because the one great sword I saw looked very much like the what the metal great sword almost always looks like in most games. All right, you'll know what I'm talking about, right? How it's like the kind of the big, oh, like pointy tear shape. I don't know how else to describe it. Ordained you've sent over 1,000 messages and been timed out 7 times. Yeah, but I think most of the time Ordained's been timed out. It was for the bits. Big Secret World mentioned? No, we were talking about you earlier though. And how I had to remind Chance that Kono's taste in muscles is not my taste in muscles. Huh. Good art. Lamau, I have problems? Yes, you do. Oh no. Oh no, I Am Jesus Christ comes out today. Oh no. Oh, fuck. All right, how much is it? I said it. I clicked search store on Steam, and it's the first fucking game that comes up. No. Fucking hell, dude. God, it still looks just as bad as I remember when the demo came out. Yeah, it came out today. There's already 28 positive. Oh my god, do I want to? I want to read the reviews. I need to read the reviews. Okay, everybody's just talking about like the gameplay and the puzzles. I wanted to see if there was. Oh my god. Jetpack Jesus blast Satan with holy fireballs. Best game since the Bible. 10 out of 10 would get crucified again. Okay, here's 0.4 hours, less than 30 minutes. And this person reviewed it as positive and recommends. This game is awesome. I'm so happy people made a game about Jesus' story and that the gospel can be put into a game. Thank you very much. John 3:16. Oh my god. There are some people that are like that are reviewing it. But the people that have like this guy has 0.3 hours in it. Which is like 20 minutes. Yes, it's the I Am Jesus Christ game that came out today. The thing is, though, this dude has over 483 games and has only reviewed one game, and it's this one. And his review really reads like a sermon. It ends with, "Every knee will bow, repent, my brothers and sisters." Oh, okay. What are the stats needed to change water into wine and walk on water? I don't understand. Why doesn't this game tell you these things? To get to this game? Oh no.
Well, look at you.
There's only one negative review. There's only a single negative review out of all of them. Christ. We're not playing this game. As funny as it is, gonna min-max my Jesus. I don't even think the game has stats. Like, you just do the things and you just kind of wander around and interact with stuff, if I remember right. Is it by the devil? Let me double check. I remember somebody telling me that the... yes. The developer is Spaceboat Studios. My god. My god. A base level Jesus with no level ups? What the fuck does that mean? Comes already min-maxed? He is technically min-maxed. Hi, Roro Rokaman. Roro Raggy. Good name. Good name. Might have resurrection sickness as opposed to summoning sickness. Jesus, the first respawner. He's not even the first respawner. Do we need to talk about the myths that came before Christianity? Do we need to talk about the story of Osiris and Isis' journey to rebuild him by journeying into the underworld to find his body parts and including his member, and then returning to the surface to resurrect Osiris without his shmeenus? Or what about Ishtar's journey to the underworld and return, I believe it was like 7 days later in Ishtar's story? Tell us the dick lore. Listen, Osiris doesn't have a penis anymore because they couldn't find it after Set cut him into a bunch of pieces. And then Isis had to gather them, including in the underworld. And the one piece that she couldn't find is his penis. He didn't keep his cock while Jesus did. Yeah, but they still have the same level of celibacy. Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General. Wait, what? Really? Hi, Pippin. World building, storytelling aspect, monotheism is so boring. Correct. Correct. We could also talk about the polytheistic origins of Abrahamic faiths, including the fact that the God of Christianity and the other Abrahamic religions are very much a old war god from Middle Eastern polytheism. Both a war and a wind god. Yes, syncretism. Syncretism. Is that when you sync your autism? I know it's not. I'm just kidding. But I am going to look up that word because I have not heard that word. Syncretism? Ah, yes. Ah, yes. As you know, something Christianity is really known at. Blending of different and often contrary beliefs, cultures, and philosophies into a new hybrid system. What do you do when you go in and conquer a land that has its own gods and its own beliefs? You turn their gods into demons. That's what you do. That's the shit that you do. My God. I did self-care for the workout? Oh, gotcha. We all share one tism in the carnival? True. Up. Take it. I leave it all in your hands. Wait, which part? Into capitalist mockeries like Christmas? That's the capitalist part. That's not the Christian part. The Christian part was stealing Saturnalia. The Yule log, the Christmas tree. Really any kind of holiday happening in December. Because they were just like, actually, guys, did you know our Savior was born on this day? So actually, you're celebrating our Savior. A few significant forces at work today. There was the concept of syncretism relevant. Oh. It has to be 100% correct and pure, the best all the time. That's just twist things into absurdity. Oh, correct. It's again, the myth, like almost the entire story of Jesus was not new, even at the time of its conception. What the heck is she doing? What the hell? Who is this character? Interesting. What are you watching? It's somebody's like, they like recorded, I think this is Nike or something. And there's this character is just doing like, so if you've ever seen Nike or Nike or however you say it, it's the butt game. And when you're playing it, they all like hide behind cover and stuff. And when you don't tap the screen, they look towards the screen. But this character is like doing a bunch of arm poses and stuff while she's sitting here. And it's confusing me. I don't know what's happening. Her boobs are bigger than her head, but her arms are sticks. And she's flailing her arms around for some reason. Actually, this is pretty safe. I'm just going to show y'all because she's more clothed than most characters in this game. It's this. This person's like showing off the sparkle effect or something, but I'm just like, I'm deeply confused by what this girl is doing. Just kind of vaguely striking poses behind cover. Legend of God art, welcome in. Ultraman poses? I mean, that explains like, I went to the comments a minute ago and like, that's the Ultraman transformation pose. Does she turn into a giant? Because like this is originally from Ultraman. Oh, I just realized she also has a microphone right there. Huh. I mean, in Nike, yeah, it's a godsend. There's no underboob as huge as these are. She is wearing a leotard with like leggings sticking out the bottom of it. But I was just very confused by like the poses. Is she Ultraman as an idol? This thing is, I was trying to figure out who the character was. But I don't know. Here, let me go back to the comments. Maybe I can find a name. Here's the illustration for the finishing move. Okay, so is her finishing move Ultraman-esque? Or does she have a mech? Is it a mech maybe? The thing is this person, people are asking who this character is, and the artist is fucking answering with a different name every fucking time. Okay, no, this person's referring to the person in comments. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, so yeah, everybody in comments agrees that she is obviously doing Ultraman poses. Okay, let me see. Nikkei. What is this game called? Is it Goddesses of Victory or something? Goddess of Victory. I'm just gonna put in Ultraman. That did not help. That did not help. Go to character list. Fuck it, we ball. Maybe she's not even out yet. Maybe she's only in like the Japanese game. Oh no.
Wake
Jill
the fuck
Valentine
up,
is in the
samurai.
game?
We have a city to burn.
Ugh. Asuka is also in the game. I'm working with very tiny pictures here. Can I zoom in on these pictures? Maybe make it a little bit easier. Wait, is this her? It is. I found her. Mikami Shifty. Good Lord, Jill. Okay, let's see.
Well, look at
Mikami
you.
Shifty. Okay, here's the more official page. Okay, what does she do? Temporary playable character in-game as part of the Full Metal Panic event as a joke character to commemorate 2026 April Fool's Day. Her ultimate description is, once again for April Fool's Day this year, I was going to put coded messages into the skill description using ASCII or Morse code, but nowadays you can pretty much instantly decipher such things using AI. AI has taken away my happiness. We must destroy Innik. She is my arch nemesis. Innik is cute, so I'll let her off. Oh no, Einik. Just kidding. When you ask AI questions in the future, remember to think it afterwards. It's just good manners. You know something new, overlords. God damn it. That's what the description is? I wanted to see the character. Okay, hold on. Okay, there's like a 25-second video here. Oh my god, she does the hand cross and shoots lasers. Oh. Okay, yeah, hold on a second. I'm going to show you this, chat. Real quick. So she does do like the sorta Ultraman transformation. Kinda sorta. We're not gonna do audio. So yeah, she's doing the hand to shoot lasers. And then it does like the getting big transformation. And then she just stomps and punches everything. That's it. That's all it is. You can tell this is a joke character because there's not much like fidelity put into the giant 3D model. Yes, it's an April Fool's Day character. I'm guessing she was only playable for like. I'm guessing she was only playable for a special mission of some kind. That's what it seems to be. Quality content? Nah. She's not. Apparently, I don't think you can get her. Sadly. Oh yeah, all the comments are like, let us keep her, make her permanent, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Voiced by Yui Ogura. Who is that? Who has she played? Ooh. Have to say, from High School DxD? Athena from Campione. Oh my god, I missed Campione. That was a good series. That should have had more than one season. Okay, this is a... Oh god, Cross Ange. Dog Days. Card Fight Vanguard. Okay, I need to know. Did anybody else play Card Fight Vanguard? WoW once announced a full-on Guitar Hero class that was gas. Was that for the April Fool's thing? I still think of the Mr. T Night Elf Mohawk. Golden stuff in games. Sometimes you get some horrid stuff everywhere, or it's just completely fake. Ooh, Vivid Strike. Ah, yes. Akiba's Trip, aka Akiba Strip. The game about punching the shit out of people until their clothes fly off of them. Oh, she was a character in Konosuba. Goblin. Oh, she's the priestess in Goblin Slayer. Ooh. Vanica in Black Clover. Shiori and Rent-A-Girlfriends. What's the most recent stuff? Sandora and I've Been Killing Slimes for 300 years. That is a busy voice actor. Okay. Can put that away then. Oh well. Oh well. Wait, neck and fighting games? Akiba's Trip. AKIBA apostrophe S TRIP. If you've never heard of this game and or anime, I have news for you. If you're a pervert, good luck. All right. Wait, what? People did not like the new game? Yeah, it's they remade the whole game with like, wasn't it based like a slightly different play style? It really feels like an intended way to essentially force people to reinvest in the game for the characters that they want, which kind of sucks. And by kind of sucks, I mean really sucks. All right. Chat, are we ready to vote on what we're going to do today? We're a little bit away from the ad break. All right. Let me get our... Close that. Let me make sure I have Steam so I can see the games. Vote time. We're going to need a poll. What do? Okay, the options were Crime Scene Cleaner. Continue. Crystal. The others were Marathon. Or Naren, that's what it was. Naren. New horror game. And we'll do 3. So remember, guys, all these others, you probably know what the games are. Crime Scene Cleaner we played before. Crystal we played on Tuesday, and we can play again today. Marathon, most people have probably already seen it. But remember, Naren is a horror game where you play as like, I genuinely don't know how old she is. I'm gonna say probably middle school at the oldest. It's one of those games that does the like horror in a children's school, so you know. It's not Corpse Party though. It's not Corpse Party. Naren the Orange Room is a third-person adventure horror game. Play as Naren, a young girl whose sister mysteriously disappeared. Help her find her sister in the Twilight Dimension, solve the mystery, and uncover the truth.
Execute my trick.
If there's a merry-go-round, then that implies the existence of a merry-go octahedron? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because I am go-round. Therefore, I have infinite sides. What's gonna win? Oh? Yo, y'all want Naren that bad? Damn. I figured nobody's voted for Marathon? I figured y'all would have wanted the other games that we'd already started. Hi, Grins. Oh my god, it's Tay. Tay, how's your balloon? Oh my god, now are y'all just naming shapes? Is that what this is? Are y'all just naming shapes? All right, don't forget to vote, kids. Don't forget to vote. Nobody wants to watch Marathon. Interesting. Guess I'll just save it for myself. I mean, technically, the only one that's not a horror game, actually, even Marathon's kind of a horror game. Marathon has like some sort of essentially like ARG backdrop of like space demons. It's kind of gonna twin. Oh my god. That's fine. The content embargo released today, and we do have access to it. Let me actually check something real quick. I want to see. Oh, I didn't mean to go to YouTube, but that's fine. I will actually check on YouTube too. Trailer. Uh-oh. Somebody released an hour-long gameplay in French 2 weeks ago, which is against the embargo. But that's the only person that did it, it seems. And then let's go look for games real quick. All right, Naren won by a lot. And there are 2 people currently playing it. All right. All right, I guess we're playing Naren, kids. We have an ad break in 1:40. You're getting the fishing game because you're still on iPad time probation. All right. All right, 1 minute. I do feel like I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom, so I am gonna give y'all the whole screen. Because, oh, that's not the right thing. Oh, that was the right thing. I did click the right thing. I thought I clicked internet capture for a second. To get iPad probation, everybody, you misbehaved. So now you're on permanent fishing duty. Yeah, chat wasn't playing the iPad games. When Sunstar's the only one playing iPad games, what's the point of having the iPad? I didn't misbehave. I wasn't here. A likely story. A likely story. It's okay. You're just on probation the rest of the week. You'll get it back next week. All right, but I'm going to be back in a couple minutes, chat. Have fun. I need to go to the bathroom. All right. Who's dead? Sound off. Oh, sorry. Who's not dead? I got that one wrong. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure everybody is still A-okay. All right, kids. Pam Dow's over 50K Bondi. Yeah, somebody said that earlier. I wonder what the reason they gave was. Truly a fucking wonder, dude. Truly a wonder. I wonder how good this game is with a controller, though. Let me see. Because this game looks like the kind of game that, like, works probably best with a controller. So let me get this out and see if it's actually compatible.
Come on, and step into the macabre halls
Mostly
of the
playable.
Dark Carnival. And
Zebby!
please enjoy the show.
Zebby, welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Oh my god, you were doing Dino Time. How was Dino Time? Did you have a good time? Did you have some fun? Did you get the dinosaur? Dinosaur? Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? How was your stream? We're about to get into the game. Actually, speaking of which, chat, no more fishing. No more fishing. You're going back into the back room. Make sure we swap to something else, and then we will swap to the game screen while you get the shit up and running. Welcome in, Raiders. We are about to play Naren the Orange Room, which is a game that has not come out yet. The content embargo just released this morning. So we are getting a very first look at a game that isn't even completely out. Let me make sure I grab that. Where is it? There it is. Yoink, yoink. Okay. And then let me real quick. I need to change the audio settings. And I will turn off the music in just a second. All right, hold on. I want to see what the menu music sounds like. Okay. I hope you had a good stream though, Seppi. If you need to step away and do all that post-stream shenanigans, I totally understand. That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna turn VSync on because they don't have like a slider, but let me see. Okay, controller seems fine. Okay, I think we're good. I think controller's fine. We go down into my little corner. I'm still thinking this is too big. That's more like it. Okay, let me change this real quick. Before I forget and I keep having to like make myself smaller each time I try to go to the game corner. Just go record position, please, and thank you. All right. Be it Orbiter's crashing here. Zebby Raid. Hi, Mungo. How are you doing? Gonna chug the hot juice. What's the hot juice? Zebby, what is the hot juice? Please explain. I'm concerned. All right. Now, let's see where this starts. Ooh, janky audio there for a second. I'll probably have to adjust the game volume once we get to a point where it's like more than background music. 5 p.m. Oh. Why did the light outside's change? Hey.
Who's there?
Oh, it's voiced! Oh, no, okay, Naren is voiced. It doesn't seem like anyone else is. Let's go home, Naren.
Is that you, sis?
Hmm?
When did I fall asleep? No one's here. Did I really sleep that long? I should grab my bag and head home.
Oh, bag.
Right. I submitted my homework notebook this morning.
Huh?
It's probably been returned to the teacher's desk by now.
Why is this voice actor so close to the microphone? Here, chat. We're just gonna play the game like this. Welcome to Nara in the Orange Room.
Class president's desk. She always reminds us to head home as soon as possible.
Oh no, she's behind me. Oh, I'm in the bad place again. Hold on. Here, chat. We're going over here. We're doing it this way. We're doing it this way again. Because I was body blocking. And this is the least obtrusive way to be over here.
I wonder why she's so strict about it.
Wait, is there other stuff to check out in this room? Can I run? I can't run. Oh, inventory. Okay. Nope, just walk. Just slow walk currently. Putting your model on the ceiling? Fucking tell me about it, dude. I may need to just start doing the window thing.
Homework that needs to be submitted tomorrow.
But it's here now.
I guess I can.
Why
still
is it here
submit
now?
in the morning. Some kind of announcement? Please inform all students to suspend after-school activities and go home before 3 p.m.
That's not good. Why did they just let us sleep in the room?
Looks like all the teachers got this notice this morning.
What? Nobody made sure she went home?
Wait a second. Who messed with my notebook?
Oh, the scribbles aren't hers?
I'll have to erase all of this once I get back.
It's not coming off that notebook. Also, your notebook is messed up, girly. All of the, it's shredded along the edges. Oh, I can rotate. Huh. Is that it? Doesn't look like I can actually open it or do anything with it. Why does that bucket look ominous? Homework? I give you homework on occasion. What do you mean? Ah, damn it. Soccer ball.
A soccer ball. It's the soccer ball that the boys in our class used to play with after school. But ever since
Again,
after-school activities were banned, it's just been left at the back of the classroom.
After school activities were what? They were what for why? I have several questions.
These are everyone's drawings from art class.
Why is the only one that's like actually something is seemingly the cat in the bottom
The
right?
teacher even put my artwork up there
Okay.
too.
I work from the Sunstar room, actually. Yeah, and you will be doing your homework. I can rotate at this one for some reason. But there's no interaction points. Can I leave through this door? No. Hello. Wow, the entire school really left us and nobody checked the room for a school that has banned after school activities. And got a notice that every kid had to leave before 3. Oh, that's not good. Why is that light flickering? Kitty! Oh my god, it's actually
that a
really
cat?
cute.
Why is it here?
Oh, the distance is really blurry in this game. What is that?
A teacher put up some new posters on the bulletin board this morning.
I work from the basements. It's cozy. You and Carrie will continue to remain in the basement.
It seems like they're having the students return home early.
It's called doing the work in the first place. That is true. I was very much like that in
Why
school.
has it become such a big deal lately?
Especially considering it would take me like less than 10 minutes to do math homework and shit like that. Oh,
Oh, I better hurry before they close the building.
it's 2 hours past the point. And there's no teachers around. What do you mean? Oh, what is that? Story from the students. Every time the sun is about to set, the chime rings after class. Something appears, opening the path to the twilight dimension. It is said that at that moment, someone from school will disappear. They say those who disappear aren't kidnapped or run away. They're taken to the twilight dimension, never to be seen again. There's the cat again. Again, though, why is all this shit blocking the way?
What a mess. Who did this?
Truly
I
a
have to go
wonder.
around this room to
Step
get
inside,
past it.
step inside.
Can I not just crawl under where the cat went? Oh, I can.
The gap is too small.
Bullshit it is! You're only half as tall as the gap. Horse. Horse. There's another letter in here. Hello?
Gathering around a table with friends.
What do you mean you've never had a chance to do this before? Were you not going to school? Oh, I was basically an all-A student, except for one math class I took, and I'm convinced the teacher hated my guts. Because when I went off to college, I started taking college math classes, and we're making nothing below a 95 in those classes. Today after school, I hurriedly cleaned the room and rushed home, but just before I left, I saw... What did you see, stranger?
The door won't open?
I'm sorry, I
Is
keep
someone
accidentally
trying to mess
skipping
with me?
the voices.
Maybe the teacher left a spare key in this room. I guess I'll have to look around.
Oh boy. Always check the first thing, the teacher's desk. Open the... Oh, I clicked cancel by accident.
This key. It might be the spare key for this room.
203?
I
Is
have to
this
give it a
203?
shot.
Okay.
It's not working. But the number on this key matches the room number.
Oh, hi.
Who's there? It felt like someone was there. Or was it just my imagination? Hold on. What's that thing on the table? It wasn't there before. Or did I just not notice it before?
Is it mean to say I'm not really enjoying the voice acting in this game?
This eerie red notebook. It wasn't here before, was it?
Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Who knows? Kitty. It's her fault? It's all her fault? Oh, and then it just repeats. Is it going to be on both pages in the next page? It's not my fault, not my fault, it's not my fault. Oh, never mind. Oh. I didn't do anything wrong. It's her fault. It's not my fault. Interesting. So 2 characters are fighting in this book. Pass out.
What's happening?
Oh boy! Darkness.
Is this really my school?
That are instantly apparent in excruciating detail. It's a thing, that's for sure. Oh wow, it really is a lot darker in here.
The atmosphere. It's unsettling. I don't feel good.
I think the letter's gonna have some extra stuff on it now. Oh,
These plants. How are they growing in the classroom? They're all red too.
Japanese high school? I don't think this is
This
high
is
school. I
unlike
think she's
anything
like
I've
an
ever
elementary
seen.
school student. Like, she's tiny. Look at her. Her shoulders are barely above the size of the desk. I saw a girl sitting alone drawing a picture. It gave me an unsettling feeling. Oh, well, let me sprint now. It makes up for the shortness? I don't know about that.
The key I picked up. Did it change?
I can't tell other than... Okay, it does look rustier.
I guess I'll just have to try opening the door again anyway.
Oh, I have to select the key. And his father's key. And his father's before that. Still can't sprint. And it is definitely darker. I do kind of like the style, though. Style's cute. Oh, there's the cat. And something bouncing.
The black cat from earlier.
What the fuck is going on with his eyes? Did any neat things happen an hour prior? No, we just yelled about things. And found out about a character in Nikkei that unfortunately ended up being an April Fool's character.
What's going on? The school's atmosphere. It's suddenly changed. You saw it too, didn't you, little cat? It feels unsettling.
Thank you for describing the feelings I am supposed to feel. Hey, how did you get in here?
Who's there? Is someone here?
True. It's totally killing my buzz, little kitty. Aww. This is... Oh, that's the cat talking. How did you end up here? This isn't... Why didn't they make the cat... Why didn't they give the cat a voice actor?
Cat that can talk? I must be
Hating?
dreaming.
Listen, I am just critical,
Strange
okay?
Atmosphere? A talking cat?
Again, though,
What kind of
it's...
dream is this?
Can I pause? I can't pause in the conversation. It's not a dream. This is more real than reality. I don't know why you're here, but what's your name?
So this is real? I'm Nurin.
Okay,
You said I don't
Nurin.
belong here? What do you
Nurin.
mean by that? This is
I like the
school,
art.
isn't
I
it?
like the style of the game, but... One, somebody needs to put a fucking filter on this girl's mic. And two, she needs to back up like 3 inches at least. She is here, whispering into your ears, chats. I live here now. I live in your ear canal. Welcome. Welcome to hell. Or you can sit back and actually speak into the microphone so that you get a more balanced fucking sound. All I can say is that this place wasn't always like this. Let's call it another world. I've been stuck here like forever. Like forever, dude. Wait a second. Being a cat makes it really hard to get things done. Okay, you say that like you weren't always a cat. But with you around, maybe we can find some clues together. For now, follow me. We need to head to the school main hall. Okay, but what the fuck is that little thing?
Wait.
Oh, I got an achievement.
If I go to the school main hall, maybe I can find a way out of here. I'll just follow her.
Thank you for saying your thoughts aloud. What the hell are you?
Are these flowers? That's strange. Who put them here?
I don't know. That sounded a little fleshy to be a flower.
Are these flowers? That's strange.
Oh, okay. We just acknowledge it. Which makes me feel like we're going to be something else later. You little things are gonna bloom into something, aren't you?
I have to get to the school.
Broken vending
Looks
machine.
like someone smashed it open just to get a water bottle. Someone doesn't want to bother carrying coins.
But they're the most convenient form of currency. Ooh, food. Oh, never mind.
It's spoiled.
Ew. Just 2 whole tomatoes, bread, and rice. I'm not gonna lie though, this room is kind of built like I'm supposed to run from something, so... A bento box? It's a huge bento box.
This reminds me of my sister. She used to pack me the best lunch boxes.
I don't know, I think we're gonna find out.
I really miss her.
I mean, most
cooking.
games like this don't have the horrors from the get-go. Obviously. But again, there's like so many of these little central island things, and there's these fucking plants! It's gonna do something, isn't it? There it is.
What's that?
That would be a flower with an eye in it. Ow! Don't touch those flowers!
Are these flowers not safe? They do look creepy, though. I'll have to find another way into the house.
Oh my goodness. Dark Cardinal video game needs to be scary out of the game. Hackerman's gate. I think the gate is the word you were looking for.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Again, Hey, I told you not to touch. I didn't touch the flowers.
I got it. I won't go.
Oh,
Who's there?
I fucking knew
Is
it.
someone
I
else still in
fucking knew it,
school?
dude. I told you there was going to be some fucking monster. Oh, of course. It's just a goofy, convoluted maze. I am kind of half expecting somebody to be in that doorway in a second. What are you trying to do? Oh yeah, you can look up stats now. Yeah, but those flowers are gonna bloom, aren't they? And no? That's not good. Oh yeah, the flowers did bloom. Hello? Also, wait, this is not what this hallway looked like when we came through here before.
What's
Box.
that box?
Box. Flower.
This is an origami flower, right?
Boy, I hope so. For what reason? Who fucking
What
knows?
was that noise?
Horrors beyond my comprehension, probably.
Is that a secret passage behind the bookshelf?
Bod Beef will be a chill fisher? Oh no. Can you call a hole busted through the wall a secret, like, entry point? I'm looking to see if there's anything else. A child's note, second page. My friends never came back. They've been gone for so long. The snacks we had are all gone. What should I do? I'm so scared of being alone. I don't want to disappear like my friends. Please, anyone, just someone help me. Oh, I thought that desk was the thing still standing there. Hi, Paige. How are you doing? The bear in the orange room? Shut up. Shut up. Hello? Should I just run? I'm getting the vibe like I should kind of just run. It's fine. Please don't grab me. What do you think of this, 2026? I can dream, Paige. I can dream. The thing is, I was really hoping to get partner just after like the debut of 2.0. It's not happened. Not even close. Do you want me? I can go check the stats. Do we want to go check the stats real quick, chats? We checked last week, and we were 0 out of 12. Where is the achievements? We are 1 out of 12. That's it. 1 out of 12. Anyway, you get upset? That's fine. Because I already know what it was. I hadn't looked at it, but I already knew that it was only going to be like 1 out of 12, if not 0 out of 12. Look like milk bottles? I mean, it is a vending machine at a like children's school. Group of students taking that girl with them. I don't know who they've taken her. Also, that's the red-haired girl that was in the journal. So I feel like we're gonna find out the like Twilight dimension is like some like supernatural realm made by the girl with the black hair there because she was bullied by the other group. That's what I'm guessing. Oh, that was weird. I don't know why it stopped moving. Hello. Ooh. Barely saw that. Eating. How you doing, buddy?
Well, look at you.
That was close. What's up with that thing walking around here?
What was it?
Well, I have no idea what it actually is. I just refer to them as ghosts. Normally they're not supposed to be here. What's really going on?
You just said ghosts? Are there more of them?
Longing Oatmeal, thank you for the follow. And Rising Tide Publishing, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, I missed that 16 minutes ago. Twilight Zone, otherwise Rod Sterling would feature in this game. Oh no. Ghosts, ghouls, and goblins, baby, don't you forget it. They can take something important from me, and trust me, it's a terrible feeling. Let's keep moving. Okay, so we just took the longest roundabout way to get around the cafeteria. Ooh, oh my god. What? This is the main hall of this school. Okay, hold on, I need a drink of water. Thing is, like, all the classrooms and stuff are very normal.
This is the school's
I do like the
angel
lighting,
section.
though.
When I look at it closely, it makes me feel uneasy.
Oh, that doesn't bode well. Is that so? Hey, Mirren. I just want to leave this place. To go back to my world, where you get to be a cat. A free speaking to cat. I've been wandering here trying to find a way out, but nothing ever works. But you, Mirren, I think you might be able to help me. Together we'll figure the way out.
How am I supposed to help you? I don't even know how to escape this place myself.
True, that is true. Vapor. I stumbled upon something I'm sorry, the way it just stared at me made me really uncomfortable. Its eyes like slightly widening and just the soul stare. I stumbled upon something recently and it just appeared not so long ago. Wait, what does that mean? It looks like a lantern, but, well, I can't use it, you know? No opposable thumbs. But if we can get our hands on it, it might be able to get us to another place.
A lantern, huh?
Wait, what was that? Oh, was it a link? Oh, that's Automod. Why did it... I'll be lurking. Thank you, T-Stone. I'm sorry that deleted your message. I don't know. Older than 1 hour can participate. That's why. That's a brand new account. Oh, y'all didn't have an account before is what I'm guessing. Yep, that's the publisher group. Oh man, guys, I'm sorry. It was just one of those things to prevent like bots and stuff a long time ago, but can't really fix that shenanigans because it's a, kind of an important part of moderation.
Let's go find it.
All right. I know what you are. A VTuber. No. Oh, thank you. Follow me. Wait. Is the cat acting surprised that we're going to help him? Heading to the teacher's room. The lantern is just past there. Is it? Are you talking about the 1 hour thing? For trying to talk? It's I could go change it. Well, I could go change it. The thing is, I don't know where to change it. I mean, let's see. Do you want me to go turn that off? I can. Moderation, probably. Settings, probably. Mod. No, that's not it. Settings, controls. Which one am I using? Channel permissions, channel automod and message filtering, maybe? Okay, well, it's not there. Permitted terms, block terms. That's not it. Let me see. Is Sun start yelling at me? Moderation, chat participation, and mix it up. Oh, yeah, because it's mixed it up that deleted it. You're right. You're right. Uh-oh, where is it? It's not in part of the alphabetical order part section. Oh my God. Sorry, I forgot I had a banned word list. Yes, it is. Chat participation. Do I set it to none or should I set it to like a follower? We'll do that. Make it, again, we can leave the 1 hour, but we'll make it so that it exempts everybody that's a follower. That I think is a little bit better. And still makes the 1-inch hump that is there. So that should be fine. There we go. All right. What was that noise? I totally missed the noise. Hi! Oh my God, I love her. She's so cute. Wait a minute. Where is it? It should be right here. Where did it go?
Wait, there's another student in here too. I should go talk to her.
Okay, I want to, but at the same time, it feels like that's a bad idea. Yes, I was in fact looking at Twitch settings. No, wait, I like her. What do you mean?
Who are you?
She's so cute. I was sure it was around here. Ah, hi. If I remember correctly, you're, Nurian, right? It's nice to meet you. Is that Miami or is that Miami? Miami? Anybody know? Miami? I'm gonna go with Miami.
Whoa, you know me? Did you end up here by accident too?
I mean, they have the exact same uniforms, so... Yep, she's adorable. Pronounced Mimini? I mean, there's only one M, though. Miami, the lady? Miami. Oh my goodness. She's adorable. I came here on purpose. There's something I've lost. That's the part they voiced? The weird, almost metallic-y snicker that she just had? This is a child vapor! No! I mean, she's reading some kind of book, but it looks more like she's reading like a horror novel. Although that does also look like it's a characterized or like stylized tie? Is that what I'm thinking of? I'm just gonna go with that. In this Twilight
The
dimension,
Twilight
you know?
Dimension? Wait, you said on purpose? So that means you know how to get out of this place?
She gives the energy of somebody who is like the president of the occult research club. Yes, that's right, because you, Naren, don't belong here. This world will eventually force you out. Don't worry. Wait, what does that mean? If she doesn't belong here, then what about the other kids? When the time of the twilight runs out, you will see the exit. I'm sure you'll know it when you see it.
This girl seems really suspicious. But at least now I know there's a way out.
Okay.
How much can I trust her?
Very Junji Ito for very, very quickly. I think you're right.
I
I don't know
should
who
ask
Rod
the little
Sterling is
cat about
either.
it.
I almost forgot to mention, I should warn you, if your time here runs out and you're still here, you'll become something that belongs to this place and you'll never leave. Okay, so it doesn't force us out. Like you said. Good luck. I like her. She's my favorite character so far. And we were going to the teachers. Staircase is blocked. We don't have like a map or anything. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's just a book. Can I open the door?
The main entrance is locked? It won't budge. I need to find another way out.
Of course. You ever seen Terror at 3,000 feet? No. No, I have not. Oh, is this the vending machine you were talking about? I see coffee, bottled water, and Bacardi sweat. That's what I see. Somebody said it looked like milk earlier, like it was full of milk. None of these are interactable. Oh, this one is. What in the sweet fuck was that?
What's this feeling? I feel so uneasy. It's as if something is in this room.
Let me back out. Let me back out. Wait, can I look at her head? Oh my god, we can! Nice. Great. Which probably is what that eye on the top of the screen means now. Oh. Trying to see it. Is that shadow tucked over there, or is it around the corner? Where did it go? Okay. Oh, it left. Again, though, I feel like I'm going the wrong directions because this is here as if the cat's running through it. Like, maybe I'm skipping something. Legitimately don't even know if this is the right way. Do I have... No, I don't have like any kind of map. I know I'm trying to get to like the teacher's area. What is that? Oh, there's the cat. Naren, come and look. These are the routes that block paths all over the place. Because of these routes, I can't go anywhere else. They're really frustrating. It seems like these routes are scared of the lantern light, which we're about to get.
So?
Is that
By the way,
so?
little cat, I ran into another girl before I got here.
Huh? There's someone else too? What's going on today? She didn't come with you?
Her name is Miami.
Okay, Miami.
She
I did
seems
say that, didn't I?
suspicious.
That was the one that I picked.
Apparently, she came here looking for something she lost. Unlike me, it wasn't by chance.
Which, again, does still kind of sound like she can come and go as she please. Why have I never seen a girl like that before? Did you actually see her, Darren? Nurin, sorry, Nurin.
Yes. She even mentioned a way to leave this place. She said the exit will show up on its own when the time comes.
Yeah, I mean, and the girl only had like a giggle.
But if we don't leave
Again,
when
though,
that
I'm
happens,
using, I think this is like an
won't have
earlier
another
version, so I don't know if the
chance.
version they're going to release on the 7th is going to have like all voices. That'd be cool. That would be cool. That's unbelievable. I never heard anything like that before. Let's go get the lantern
Okay.
first. Okay. More vending machines. Okay, those are the same layouts. A lot of vending machines. A lot of bottles on the ground here. I guess we keep going straight. That's where the cat went. Stopped in front of this classroom. That doesn't bode well. I think you're cool. How dare you? Here we are at the way to the teacher's room. The lantern should be in the back of the next room. I don't know why that first sentence felt weird to say. It's locked. It was open the last time I was here. Come with me then. I think I know where to find the key. All right, where are we going? Is it getting foggier, by the way? Kind of feels like it's getting foggier. Wait, that's the lantern right there.
Those roots. Why do they shrink away from the light?
Lights.
This
Don't like
must be
lights.
the lantern that little cat mentioned. The roots are remaining in the corners, avoiding its glow.
Okay. Oh, can't sprint anymore.
What's that? Something's happening.
The light is disappearing. Wait, that's the locker slamming. This again. I hate this horrible feeling. The key's in the room on the left. Oh, that thing's shaking.
That locker. What if someone is trapped inside? I need to check it.
That sounds like a terrible fucking idea. Where are you going? Leave it. Let's not waste time. Go get the key in the room, then move on.
Someone really is in that locker.
There's blood on the ceiling, girly pop. I don't wanna. It's not gonna let me go in there. All right, show me the horrors. Hello? The double chair? Chair seems to be blocking the locker. I don't want to move the chair. Oh, this is awful. I hate this. Curse you and your childish naivete. It's gonna be a corpse. It's gonna be a corpse. It's gonna be a corpse. Or it's gonna be a kid. Never mind. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, I was right about the bullied student part. Spend some time in there. But if you'd nicely apologize and beg me to open it, I might consider it. Look at her, still unbothered. We should just leave her here. Leave her in there. Yeah, let her wait for the janitor to come by. Why don't you say anything? Just say I'm sorry and we'll let you out. Let go, just leave her. She'll figure out on a way to get out on her own. It's a locked locker with chairs in front of it. Oh, wait, but if... That's right, the janitor will find her for sure. Chair's heavy. Can she really get out by herself? What if nobody comes? Come on, let's go. I want to stop by the newly opened crepe shop. I will never understand the depictions of bullying in like Japanese and a lot of like East Asian media. Like, they gotta be based off of something, right? Is this a thing that kids do? Like, in America, we make the joke that, like, we're gonna swirly a kid, or we're gonna call him fat. Although I do know in, like, Asian media, they do the pick on the fat kid all the time. I've gotten stuck in a locker once. It's terrifying. I've gotten stuck in a locker before, too. But the hardest part is not to panic. And once you don't panic, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And that's what it seems like. I've always wondered if those like manga, manhwa, or like just media shows where it's some like the bully is like some rich kid who essentially like runs over the people he bullies with a car and shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So I freaked out hard. Yeah, that'll do it. Tell my claustrophobia. Exactly. That's the worst part. That's the worst part. Nah, the worst thing I had to this day was trying to do a suicide dive into a very stable inner tube, nailing my head on it because the asshole who was holding it moved it, pinching a nerve in my back and sinking to the bottom of a 12-foot pool. They all thought I was faking it, and I had to, with the pinched nerve in my back and the inability to move without searing pain, claw my way up the side of the deep end pool and then heave myself out of the pool and just lay there feeling basically crippled on the side. It was so bad I passed out at least once. I think I passed out the second I hit the tube, got out, and then passed out again whenever I got out of the water. Yeah, that was the thing that happened. I had to, they had to call my mom, who had to get a lifeguard to carry me. And then, I forget who carried me inside. I think my mom actually may have carried me inside after that happened. And I ended up laying on the couch for something like 10 hours, just falling asleep and waking up over and over between it hurting so bad and not being able to move. Yeah, it fucking sucked, dude. All right. Tip tap. Oh, that's him leaving, isn't it? Sound of footsteps gradually fades, leaving nothing but silence in the room.
What
Ooh.
really was that?
Wait, what just whizzed past me?
Someone else's
Is that the
memory?
cats?
Did this actually happen, or was it just an illusion?
The idea of presenting thoughts as a parentheses is interesting, but I feel like they could have just done it via like different fonts. That disgusting feeling is gone. Nerd, what did you do? Well, are you alright? You didn't seem well for a moment.
I was suddenly overwhelmed by someone's memories.
An illusion like a Houdini act? I don't know about that. Alright, in that case, we should hurry and get the key from that room. Alright, hold on, real quick. I can actually show you the pool chats. Real quick, we're gonna do a mild side tangent because I'm an idiot and like to side tangent. Let me find the images of the deep ends. Let me see. There. Here. I think. Yeah, that's fine. Those are the pictures that I can use. All right. This one. All right. Yeah, this is a pretty shitty picture. This is the pool that I went to as a kid. It's a very grainy picture. It's okay. I have other ones that are slightly better. This will give you the idea of the pool. Here's the deep end. And if you can't see over here, that is a 12-foot depth marker. Had to claw up 12 feet. Yep, that is the 12-foot depth marker. And the corner I was drowning in was just over to the right. It is technically to the left of this little platform. And where I pulled myself up is literally basically where that water hose is. Where that water hose is hanging right here. That is where I pulled myself up and collapsed to. Yes, I pinched a nerve in my back. Trying to do a suicide dive through an inner tube. And I told him I wasn't going to do it because, like, you're going to move the tube, dude. I'm not going to do it. And it was one of those, like, really flat, really thick inner tubes. The one that, like, if you sit on it anyway, it's not going to flip. So when I dove, my head made contact with it after the dude fucking moved it. And basically just crunched my neck. I was, according to the doctor, I was lucky I wasn't completely paralyzed. But yeah, that's the pool. Luckily, it did not have any lingering consequences. Oh my God, why was that so loud? Why was that so loud? Jesus. The phone's ringing. Don't answer the phone. Don't answer the phone. Don't answer the phone. Oh, of course. The key's fucking missing. The key isn't in the key cabinet. I keep a spare one in the box in the back of the storage room.
So I need to find the key box there.
Yes, inflatable rings.
Hello?
Same thing. Same thing. Out of service. Does every country have the same out of service beep?
Call has been disconnected.
That was the out of service beep, though. I will stand by that. Also, hold on. Is there anything on this desk? Nope. All right. Oh, we're certainly going to have a monster in here, aren't we? There's even a red glow in here. Why is that box balanced up there? Of course. Classroom key box. Lately, there have been kids sneaking into this room. They probably come to play with the old things stored on the shelves. To keep them out, I place the keys in a box, hid it on the top shelf. Hopefully, they'll keep them away. That is the most obvious.
Box on the upper shelf.
Why did they even put the books underneath it?
If I use a bottle from the trash bin to knock it down, it might work.
Okay, but that's goofy. Oh, wait, what's this? Hat box.
This box only contains useless junk.
That's fair.
There's no key in this box.
Oh, I still can't find any useful items in any of these.
This box is empty.
Oh, man.
This should do the trick.
Oh. Give me the key.
This must be the key the little cat mentioned.
Hell yeah. This is a great way to make kids get into more trouble and steal more. I keep missing them. It's fine. As head mod, all my funnies are technically yours. Excellent. Is that the printer? It sounds like the printer. This game may actually be absolutely terrifying. No, that's definitely just scratches. I was trying to see if it said anything. I can't sprint anymore. Good talk. What are you? Oh, I think that was just a graphic error. It looked like a tiny version of the head of the drawing. Okay, I guess we just try and go get the lantern. Hi, kitty. You found the king. All right, let's go to that room. What in the sweet fuck is that? Wait, did y'all see that? What room was that? Y'all saw that, right? Behind the cats? What angle was that? Was that this room? Was it a different one? There was like, it looked like a doll. It looked like a giant doll, like leaning over and down through the doorway. Oh boy. Oh wait, it's auto-saving and we're about to have an ad break. So let me get the game for y'all real quick. Fishing. All right, there you go, kids. Have the big fishing game. I'm gonna go check on some things real quick and I'll be back in a minute. Don't burn anything down. Okie dokie. All right. Did all the fishermen die? All the fishers are officially dead? Did you check the basement? Misspelled basement! It's always funny to see how Ordained is gonna swap C and S's. Birds all the billionaires. I'm proud of you. You missed an E. You think I care? It's English. You should learn how to spell it if you're gonna be speaking it. It makes it easier to be understood. All right. Put that away, get the game back up. Let's go get scared. Am I gonna go back to the ghost room? No, wait, this was the room that had the lantern. Oh, wait, we have to go to the room before it. That's right. Not that one. Oh, hey, there is a ghost in there. Oh my god, you are actually kind of fucking horrifying. Jesus. Wait. Oh god, are we gonna have to go through like a bunch of rooms to get there? Oh Christ. Door's unlocked. Oh.
What's that?
Oh god, the cat bell keeps scaring me. I'm not going to look up every fucking word I spell. I mean, you don't have to look up every word. You only mess up occasional words. If you don't know how to spell it, it's not wrong to look it up. Started the time on instincts instead of visuals. This is what happens when the fish goes to the box. Fish goes into the box. Huh? A flower vase? Where did it come from? I feel familiar with this somehow, but I just don't know why. Strange things always seem to appear here. Can I make a guess? Chat, how many of you think that this cat is going to end up being our sister?
These flowers feel like they're meant for mourning someone who's passed away.
Either that or she's dead, and that's why she's a cat. Especially if they feel familiar to her.
Something like this here. Who could have done this? It feels like a tribute. Mourning someone who's gone. I can feel such sorrow.
Okay, it's just the same thing. Now we're going to go through here and the vines are going to open up, aren't they? Or not the vines, the flowers. What's that? The room is filled with flowers. Thankfully, the room lights are still on. Last time I was here, it wasn't like this. Why is this happening? There's a huge switch up there that looks like we're about to turn off the power or something. Okay, hold on. There's a trash bin here that I can't do anything with. I really don't think I want to turn this off. I don't think I can right now. Oh, that's probably how I have turned it off at some point. Probably have to hit it with something. Either that or the power is going to go out on its own and I'm going to have to turn it back on. Where was the room that had the ghost in it? See, there's another trash bin here that has the cans and stuff. Huh. It's just, the ghost is just gone.
A lantern? I think I've seen it somewhere before.
Oh yeah, you know, through the window.
Who's there?
That was another girl.
What's going on? The roots are regrowing.
Yeah.
What if I shine the lantern on them? Will the light force them away? It's worth a try using the lantern light on these roots. It's effective.
There we go.
These roots are afraid of the lantern light. I need to return to the little cat immediately. But if the lights out stays like this, those flowers will regrow.
All
How
right,
can I
so we
get
definitely
back?
have to go turn on all those
Maybe I need to
breakers.
find the light switch.
First light switch on. Let's see, can I get rid of this one? There's a note back there. And I want it. The invisible eyes. The atmosphere in the school has been eerily quiet lately. It feels as though someone is watching me all the time. Like invisible eyes are lurking. Sometimes I feel like certain walkways shouldn't be crossed. The feeling of being watched makes me avoid those areas. But there was one time this evening I did pass through those areas when my sister came to pick me up at school and take me home.
This story. It feels like it's about me.
Does
My
it?
sister would always come to the classroom to take me home.
Does it?
I'm
Oh, okay. Okay, so some of those roots do regrow. Go ahead and take that. Oh, wait, it didn't. Oh, I guess I have it. Okay, I do have it. Nice. Do you react in any way? No, no, you don't. I guess we'll do it going this way. No? Wait a second. Nope. Okay, nothing back there. Guess I wasn't supposed to pick up the can yet? Because it doesn't seem like I'm like shining the lantern when I have the can. Hiya! Okay. It just grew back. Do you react? No, you don't. Okay. Maybe we just kind of ignore that bin for now.
the light switch. Looks like it's out of reach. To turn on the lights, I'll need to find something to throw at it.
Then again, maybe I just wasn't standing close enough when I had the can. Go test that again. Okay. Okay, I wasn't standing close enough, that's why. All right, there's a ghost. The eye just pops up. There it is. All right, buddy, what do you do? Okay, I was like, it's gone. Oh no, it's the fact that it's further away. I need another can. Give bottle. Yeah. Wait, is it only letting me keep one light on at a time? Okay, but where the fuck is it? Ooh. Ooh, can it see the lantern? Ooh. Okay. Oh no, that is the way we have to go. Kind of. Alright, where are you going? Oh. Oh, hate. Hate. Hate so much. And of course, it's going all the way to the switch. I know the trash can that we need is like over there by that bookcase. Okay. Ah, this is snappy. Ooh. Oh, it just phases through it. Ooh. Fuck. Oh, shit! Let me through. Let me through. Let's go, baby girl. Let's go. Let's get some hustle. Let's get some hustle. Okay, no, it's still locked onto me. Oh, don't like that. Wait, did I miss? No, I didn't. I didn't miss. Okay. Oh, come on! Where is it? There it is. Come on. God damn it. Come on, lights. Work with me here. Get up! Get up! Oh, hi, kitty. Ooh! What the hell was that? You got the lantern, right? This place becomes more dangerous. I don't understand. Why it has changed so much. Anyway, let's leave immediately. Okay. All right, where are we going? Are we going back to the hall? Is that where we're going? We're gonna open this door, aren't we? Use lantern on these routes and let's see if it clears the path so we can move forward. Burn their eyes away. Kitty? Oh, come on, just climb over it. I'm heading this way first. You tried to find a way out? Wow, Kitty, thank you. That's so fantastic. So Also kind of hoping that like destroying the eyeballs was going to make the roots disappear permanently, but that does not always seem to be the case. Oh! What is the bar on the bottom? Can I beam it? I can't beam it. I can't beam it. I don't know what to do. Never mind, we just loop it. Come on, come on. Open! Oh, come on! Oh, okay, I guess. Have you gotten jump scares yet? Not really.
That was close.
This game does not really seem to have jump scares, which I am a-okay with.
I have to leave this place right away.
You're right. Did you run into that thing again?
I nearly got caught.
Okay.
It suddenly appeared from above.
He still doesn't hold a candle to Leon's ex skinny. Wait, what are you talking about? Hi, Lucky. This keeps getting strange. It's like this place is trying to trap you here. I mean, yeah, probably. Probably.
If I remember right, the path ahead should lead to the library, right?
Hmm. Okay. Oh, I was supposed to be reading that. I'm sorry. Rooms here seem to connect randomly. What you know can't always be trusted, but if you're right, this will be the very first time I can go elsewhere in this world.
We should carry on. This sound.
It's the school bell.
It's the chime from the old building.
What do you mean, old building?
It always rings right after school ends. And my sister will come to pick me up at the classroom.
Yeah, but we already know that it is well past
But
school
this is
time.
the Twilight Dimension. How come it's ringing up again?
Door.
That's the door to my sister's and my bedroom. Well, why is it here?
About to find out. What's happening? What are you
It's
seeing?
my bedroom door. Could this be the exit that Mayumi mentioned? So the twilight time is over?
I see absolutely nothing. Why? Why can't I leave with you?
The little cat can't see this door?
This cursed world. Stop messing with me. If what you said is true about that kid named Mayumi, when the time has come, you won't be able to leave again. Darn it. Why? Why does it always end like this? Why am I the only one left behind?
Little cat.
Oh. You must go. I'm used to it by now. At least I learned something. I'll have to find another way out. If there's an exit for you, there must be one for me. Are we going to get the choice to leave, or is this going to be one of the things where her bleeding heart is going to get the better of her and she's going to help the cat? Feels like that kind of game.
I see. I wish you good luck, little cat.
2? What do you mean 2? Don't get lost in here again, okay?
Okay.
I don't think this is going to take us where we think it's going to take us. No, wait, that said Maria and Maya. That is not our bedroom. Bing bong. Chime echoes in a silent evening after school. Hey, Nurin, I'm here to pick you up. Let's go home.
Sis? Well, when did I fall asleep?
Oh, well, I was in class. I made this for you.
Origami flower.
Wait, that's the one that we found earlier. It's been so long since I last made origami. Remember, Naren? We used to do this all the time. It's so nostalgic.
Of course I remember.
Oh, good lord.
That was before Mom left the two of us.
Oh boy, more trauma! Naren, Mom's coming to get us for dinner tonight. Huh? Come to think of it, it's been so long since the three of us ate together. Is this gonna be a thing where, like, their mom ran out and married a rich man?
Big sis, just go without me. I'll head home on my own today.
Aaron, mom wants to see you.
Can't be. She chose you to live with her. You remember?
Oh, okay, so split family. That's not too Naren. I think mom just...
No, I don't want to go. I'll stay and help my friends with the work today. You go first.
Okay, so seemingly their parents are split. The big sister lives with the mom, and assuming Naren lives with their dad. Plot thickens. Excellent. Excellent.
This is what I remember. That day, my sister came to pick me up just like always. But I didn't want to see Mom, so I chose not to go to dinner with her. That day was the last day I saw her.
Oh. Well, that doesn't
My
bode
sister
well.
disappeared after that. What if I had gone home with her? Maybe she wouldn't have vanished.
That sounds more like she got kidnapped off the street than sucked into the Twilight dimension.
This is...
We're back in the
School?
classroom.
Everything's back to normal. I actually made it. Or was it all just a dream? Something is in my shirt pocket.
It's a ghost. It's a ghost. There's a ghost in my pocket. Actually, this is a pocket for Jake.
This
Anyway.
thing, it's the origami flower that I kept. So, it wasn't a dream. It was real. This origami flower. I remember now. It's the lily flower my sister often made for me. This must be the
The hell
one
is that
she
sound?
made, which means
Is that a motorcycle? Do y'all hear that? No, that's a plane. Something's flying overhead. Something's loud as shit.
my sister didn't just vanish.
It's
She's
very loud in
trapped
my
in a
ears.
world.
It's outside.
The Twilight Dimension. She's still inside.
I feel like there could have been some more emotion that went into that.
Let's go back. Tomorrow, I'll figure out how to return and help my sister out.
How about you just fall asleep in the
I have to
classroom
go
again? Of course. Of course you got wait, there's days? Ooh. Ooh. Stop hating on the voices? No. No. Absolutely not. For this game, not stellar, but TikTok. Ring ring. The bulletin board.
Class is finally over. Everyone's starting to pack up.
Squats. All right. We'll do it while we go through her like voice stuff. All right. Not Clockwork Orange. That's fair, I guess. All right.
Yesterday, what was that Twilight Dimension? When I got back, it felt like only a few minutes had passed, even though I was there for hours. Big sis, she's still there. Even if I told the teachers, they won't
14.
believe me.
15.
I have to get her back myself. The
12.
Twilight
All right.
Dimension. How do I get back there?
How do you get back there? Just wait.
Who's talking?
Probably just wait. Oh, wait, was this my talking? This morning I saw that woman by the front gate again. You mean the one who's always crying about her kid? Yeah, her. The teacher said her kid ran away. This must be a rumor about people going missing in our school. The Twilight Dimension.
They be talking about what Maemi mentioned?
Who do you think the lady is? Do you think it's gonna be her mom? Then Mary from class D, who's been absent for 2 days, is, no, I'm scared. I want to go home. If we don't hurry, we might be next. Chill, let's just, Twilight time will happen after school. Sure. As long as we're out of here by 4:59 p.m., we're safe. So let's hurry and head home.
That's it. When I got caught up in it, I was falling asleep. And when I woke up, it was a twilight time.
All right, so desk nap time?
So, I just need to wait. No, I have to do it the same thing as before. I'll try setting.
Mute the game, I have to read it all? Fuck you.
Take a nap.
I mean, school ends at like 3 here, doesn't it?
I actually got in? This is unbelievable.
We're just immediately somewhere else.
But where? Where am I? This isn't my school. Could Texas
True.
be here? I need to look around.
Oh no, this is an old-fashioned school. This is probably the old building.
This is a school? It looks ancient.
Okay, I don't know about
Building
ancient.
and the
It's like
doors.
50 years
Only
old.
from-
Come on.
What is this place?
Although those are some Silent Hill ass looking lockers.
What's that sound?
That doesn't bode well. Great. Fantastic. Hello? It's so fucking foggy. Hello? Come on. Hello, horrors? Horrors beyond my comprehension? There's our like one light. I do like the light beams in this game though. They're very good. Oh, we got a note. And a lock, it looks like. New lock installation. I've installed a new combination lock to replace the broken one from the other day. The code for this room is set to my birthday. Janitor Suche. Suchai? The janitor. We're gonna go look for the
Janitor
janitor.
Suchai?
Oh, damn it. I missed how she
I think
said
I've
it.
heard that name mentioned by students before.
Is that that's the janitor that was supposed to let the girl out of the locker, isn't it? 3 digits. Okay. So we probably need to find something on the janitor's birthday. That's the doll. Wait, that was the doll that we saw in the doorway.
A picture? Whose picture is that?
Although it was a little more raggedy. Somebody's birthday. 253? Is that, I think the year is. Yeah, because this would be day, month, year. $253. I don't think that's going to be, that's not the janitor's picture, so I'm going to live under the assumption that that may not be, oh, no. Oh boy, with mannequins. Lantern, seems like something's concealed beneath the black smoke. It gives me an uneasy feeling. When I try to peer into it, I can't tell what's lurking within. If only I had a lantern or some light source, I might be able to see what's hiding inside. Huh? Oh, okay, maybe it is just 253. Super cutie, how dare you? Oh, that's because it's supposed to change. That's because it's supposed to change. Uh-oh. This feels like a bug. I am using the D-pad to try and move this. I am as lightly as I can tapping the D-pad, and it is shooting across to the point where I can't, like, one click down. We go from 0 to click 5, 1. Oh, we got 2 that time. Yeah. Here, let's see. What happens if I swap to mouse? Okay, it works on mouse. That works on mouse. Okay, good to know. Doesn't work on controllers. There's the black smoke. I thought we saw some in like one of the corners of one of the rooms. Note about the school janitor. I've noticed the janitor is walking strangely. Could his leg be injured? My friends are all pretty scared of him. There's so many strange stories about him being told around the school, but lately he seems to be searching for something. What it could be. I think it's supposed to be what could it be.
Smoke? What's that? It looks like something's in there. If I use a lantern, will it reveal itself?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, of course,
The
it's a
black
pathway
smoke is
through.
gone? This feeling again. That note. It's the same as the one I found before.
Okay. Why are they here so early today? They're laughing at someone. They usually don't come at this time. What are they doing here? Okay, that's the bully group again. Nothing hiding back here. It doesn't look like it. Okay. Thing is, though, is I can't figure out if these notes are done by the janitor or if it's the bullied girl that we saw with the black hair. Oh, hi, Mara. Although I'm kind of wondering if it'd be better to play this with mouse and keyboard right now. What in the sweet fuck is that?
That sound again?
It's the dragging
Where
of something.
did it come from?
I'm half guessing that's the janitor. I'm not gonna lie. Do I want to go in there? Oh no.
There's a key, but how can I pick it up?
Throw things at it. Excellent. Nyahaha.
Alright. I've got...
Huh. Do I still hear the dragging sounds? Door is unlocked. It was over there a second ago. Carnival game for a key? Yes, yes, we did. Darkness. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I wonder if we're gonna find the cat again. I did not mean to crouch. Wet floor sign. Black smoke.
Step inside, step inside.
Okay. Dark one, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, there's... What the fuck are you?
That black smoke again?
There's a giant eye behind
I
it.
used the lantern to clear it.
Oh, that was weird.
What is that?
Oh, it's a little mole keychain. Aww. Wait, that's so cute. Field Adventure, welcome in.
A keychain?
Welcome
This
in, welcome
design.
in.
I recognize it. It's Big Sis's. She's the only one who likes this design.
What the fuck? Damn, I'm really getting called out here.
The mole from that game. Even though it's not popular,
Wow,
she's always loved it.
maybe we are looking for me.
She's still here. I need to go after her quickly. These roots are blocking the path again. I need to use the light from the lantern.
That's what I was
But
just
the
trying to
root's
do,
eyes
but then
are
you
just
canceled
too
it.
far away. I have to raise the lantern and hope the light reaches them.
While turning on the lantern to shine the light. Okay, so now we have a radius for the lantern. Good to know. The janitor usually stays in his equipment storage room. It's quite a creepy room with a red metal door. I wonder if he's in there today. The teachers sent me to ask for trash bags. I guess I'll have to call him at the front door. Okay, then. What do you mean you threw out your shoulder? We have keychain merch, Jay. All at VT Horizon. We have a bunch of keychain merch. I mean, I have a fucking stack of them right here. With hardtack? No, I did not. I didn't even notice the hardtack. I'm sorry. Oh, these are all metal doors. Music. That music coming up behind me actually kind of scared me. I'm not gonna lie. Have drawn on my face? There's a penis on your forehead. Or Dane was the one that drew it. I don't think this is gonna go well. I feel like I'm gonna open this door and then have to
Yep,
run.
That's
That
me.
door.
You're probably wondering
looks
how I ended
frightening.
up in this situation.
Did she go in there? I have to try going in.
Wait. Didn't we see this door before? That's a lot of nooses. Oh boy. Oh. Huh? We're back out. No, we're not.
This place. It's my classroom.
Is this the girl that we kept seeing around? Uh-oh. Oh, it's the bullied girl, isn't it?
Who's that? Is there
Or is
still
this,
another
this looks like it may be the
Starbucks?
red-haired girl.
Hey,
I'm not gonna read that because
I have to
she's
try
obviously
talking to-
psychotically singing. Being made of boners and all? He's made of bones, not boners, Mara. Some of us aren't 14 with the humor of a 14-year-old. Aw. There's someone else here. Are you feeling religious, chats? Are you feeling religious? Is that why that was for Weasel? Damn, I forgot that that was a sound alert, and that is intentionally loud. A lovely psychotic voice. I thank you for noticing. That was a song? Yes, it was a song. Religious boner time? If you bring up boners one more goddamn time, Sunstar, go get the potato peeler. We're gonna start skinning people with it. No, the rusty one. Not the good one. Deus Volt, mayhaps Deus Volt. As a treat, but only ironically. All right. Hello there. Man, I am enjoying the fact that seemingly all the girls that we find in this hellish landscape are both adorable and demented. I don't think there's a character in this game I haven't liked so far. Oh, the ghost. I don't like the ghost. Never mind. Carry on. Aki. Uh-oh. And you are?
Aki. I don't recognize her, but she must be from my school.
So you're Naren. I've been here for so long, Naren. Wait, how did you know my name? It was so boring, and then you suddenly appeared. Lucky me! Now we could find something to play together.
You've been here for a long time? Hey, I'm looking for someone who's trapped here.
Are you not going to let her actually answer that question?
If you've been here for a while, have you seen her?
They do the thing that some games do, where instead of voicing the lines when it swaps to the character, they make little noises. So like she just goes, oh.
Ah.
Ah. Ah. By Sabaton, how are we all? Hi, Edge Monster. Finally, some compliments. I compliment you all the time on a job well done. At least once a week. Of course I've seen her. She looks just like you. Wait, does she?
Really? Where is she? I want to take her home together. There's an exit from here. You can also go back to your world.
I thought we already knew that it seems like the exits are like person per person based. Okay, all right. Your sister, I saw her, but only briefly. She was there, but right now you can get in that right there. Where are you pointing? Is there a map? Is there a map I don't see? That is a noose, Vapor. That is a noose. Let's do it like this. You want to save your sister, right? I can tell you how to reach her. But I need a little something
What
first.
do you need? If I bring it to you, it'll help me find my sister, right?
Seize the means of compliments? Too bad, Mara. Too fucking bad, Mara.
Just tell me. I'll go get
Compliments aren't labor. She's gonna tell me it's gonna be something gross, isn't it? Nerd, if you bring me the cloth doll that the janitor's guarding, we can go see your sister together. Oh. Oh, wait. Is she the girl that was in the picture we saw that had like the top torn off it holding the doll? You'll find it in the janitor's room. The entrance looks like an old red storage room door.
She means the old school I just left?
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Hype train. Plus, oh my god, 38 months. Almost a year. Wow, that's crazy. Almost a year.
Cloth doll from the janitor? Is he stuck here too? A cloth doll. How will I know it's the right one?
Oh, wait a second. Oh, is she gonna draw it? Okay, pink dress, white bow. Got it. Got it. Counting on you.
Okay.
I don't know why, but the style of some of these characters, at least in 3D, weirdly reminds me of Danganronpa.
I'm back at the school once more.
Welcome back to hell. You don't ever get to leave. 3 years, 1 day? Oh, no, 3 years, 3 months, 1 day. Damn. Damn.
And that kid? Who is
I was
she?
gonna say, wait, were you subbing longer than you were following?
To sum it up, I need to find the door to the janitor's room.
Oh, we gotta go find the door again. Ah.
And maybe that old school and the red door are the janitor's room?
I mean, could
If
be.
that's the case, I must find a way to get back to that door.
Okay, do you think we're looking for the same mechanic? Oh,
Looks like I'm back at the school again. Just like when I first met the little cat.
there's a red glow in there. Oh, okay, never mind. Have you ever heard the story of a young ghost girl who runs around the library? Huh? Never heard of it. Where did you hear that? Someone told me that in the evening when the library is about to close, people often hear running sounds from the back of the library. Playthrough when? I would never be able to do it because my voice would give out in like fucking 2 hours. We did used to play it with emotes and Rummy. We were voicing different characters to make it easier, but then we kind of
What's your
stopped after a little
pleasure?
while.
What's your fear?
Edge Monster, thank you for gifting. Oh shit, 2 subs. Moin and Tot. Wait. Those are a lot of numbers in those names. Who are those people? They say something tried chasing it once, but found no one there. What? What if that's true? What if it's not? Maybe I won't go there alone anymore. Okay, so there's also a library ghost. Heard the story about the book return box. Someone said if you return books in the evening, the box starts throwing books out as if it has hands. My friend saw it himself yesterday when he puts books in. They were tossed out with such force he barely made it out. Somebody is hiding in the book return box. What do you mean OG of the OG? Huh. This rumor spreads. Students won't dare use the library alone. Some say if you want to return books in the evening, you have to bring a friend. Think of a self-care edge. Okay. Interesting. Kidding! Get back here, bitch. Shock. That's Niren. Why have you come back here? No time to explain. Just follow me quickly.
Little cat?
Well, look at you.
Ooh, wait. Oh, that's the library, isn't it?
These roots again? Blocking the path. Where are we going, little cat?
Who was that? Thank you for the follow, Edge. Hey, Luz, welcome in.
The library.
Okay. Wait, did y'all hit level 2 hype train? Oh, shit. All right, what are you? Librarian statue. Take a closer look. It might give us some clues about those roots. I mean, I was trying to look at the face. No? Oh, just examine.
What does the sign say? Before you
Actually, hold on. I think I am going to swap to mouse and keyboard for this game. Because I don't think it's working properly. Because when we try to interact with things, it's way too fast. All right. What does the library say before using... Before using the library, please read the rules cautiously.
Rules of the library? The one that the teacher told us about?
Uh-oh. Never mind. Now my sensitivity is way too low. Jesus. Oh my god. Ugh! Ugh! What is this? Good lords. Never mind. This is a mistake. Give me back the controller. So even the sensitivity maxed out is not good enough to play on mouse and keyboard. But mouse and keyboard has to be used for other things. go to the far one first.
The signboard at the librarian statue reads, regarding books borrowed from the library, after informing the librarian about returned books,
The housekeeper
please
may not be the
correctly
play. All
place
right,
it
we're
back
breaking
on
out the
your shelf
connects.
according to the rules
We're
of
breaking out the
returning books.
connects. Wait, what does somebody say? I trust you. You always know because you're in the know, you know? Oh my god. Yeah, bugs happen. Thing is, too, is it's technically pre-launch. So,
The rules of borrowing and returning books?
wait a second.
The signboard at the regarding books borrowed from the library, after informing the librarian about returned books, please correctly place it back on their shelf according to the rules of returning books. The rules of borrowing and returning books?
Why was I confused by that?
The signboard for the library rules says, keep quiet while using the library. Do not disturb other users. Do not disturb others? Got it.
Okay.
This rule says, do not run in the library. It'll disturb other users.
Okay.
Normally, if someone ran here, the librarian would drag them out for sure.
I'm sorry. I was looking at the text. Hey, chat. Is there 2 L's in normally for y'all? Do y'all see 2 L's there? Out of curiosity. You can't leave me in charge. I'm new. I don't know what to do. That is such a cute running emote. You do? Huh. It has it in the game, but when I look at OBS, the preview only has a single L. That's so weird. What the fuck, OBS?
What's happening? Could it be? Because I read all 3 library rules? The notes are
Alright.
gone. I can finally reach the key in the statue's hand.
Gib King. Excellent. Anything else? Anything else I need to read? Don't need to worry about the swirly face, I'm sure. Okay. Oh, that's the janitor. I'm tailing that janitor. Keep some distance. Don't let him see you.
Janitor?
Uh-oh.
All right.
Hello? All right, I trust you, strangely lit sign. Okay, I know we can't run in here. So we shouldn't do that. What do we got? Boys are always chasing each other around the library. Also, this is a gigantic fucking library, dude. Oh, that's stains. I was gonna say, that is definitely blood. And this section is not voiced for some reason.
What's that noise?
Oh, there it is. What do you mean? What do you mean? What's that noise? Naren, what do you mean? What's that noise? Oh, we missed another smoke cloud over there. Anything up here I can check out? All right, let's go over there though and see what that smoke is. Actually, we're walking past this one, might as well. Library here has every series of books I've ever wanted to read. I mean, this library is dozens of times bigger than my school library. but as long as I don't break any rules, the librarian won't bother me. Okay. So we don't break any rules. And we're totally fine. Don't run. Oh.
This is the registration form for using the library. In the past, the teacher always reminded students to fill out the form, but they often forgot. If I don't fill it out, I can't go in, right?
Oh. Do I need to like find a... Wait, what was that? Oh, there's a statue in there. Okay. I guess we gotta find a pen. Check the rest of the first floor and behind the desk, and then we'll see what we find. Ad break. Oh, shit. All right, fine. We'll pause. We'll pause. You'll get fishing game and the music. And it gives me time to check Discord. Okay. Okay. Beef first cast. Ding dong, ding dong. Yes, yes, yes. Ordained sharing his humor to beef? Huh? What? I am severely confused. What do you mean by that? Hold on, let me see if we do. Nah, it's not better. I'm peeking out from the sides. There we go. There we go. Media share? Oh, no. Is this what you were talking about earlier of spamming media share? Anime duels get out of hand? Oh, no. What is this? Oh my god, what the fuck are these shorts? Oh yes, the hit it, Joe. Joe really hits it on the thingamajig, on the doobop. All right. We good? Are we clear? We're putting the fishing game away. And we're back to our bullshit. My bullshit, I mean, absolutely trying not to piss off the librarian, even if I would probably really like it if she yelled at me. Oh, wait, I didn't check to see if I was good. I could go behind the thing. It's okay. We'll grab this first. Another note. Yesterday, a strange-looking kid came into the library. I didn't recognize her face. This is another entrance to the other part of the library, isn't it?
This is
Come
the
on,
registration
come
form
all,
for
and
using
step into the
library.
macabre halls of the
Teacher
Dark
always
Carnival.
reminded students to
Hectic!
fill out the
And
form,
please,
but they often
enjoy the
forgot.
show.
Welcome in. Oh, Katamari. Ooh. Katamari Damasi. Welcome
If I don't
in.
fill it
How was
out,
your
I
stream?
can't go in, right?
Yeah, I'm still guessing we need a pin or something. Okay, so we can't go in there. Maybe we don't even need to do anything in the library yet. Stream is great. The game started degenerating in real time. Wait, what do you mean it started degenerating? Oh, okay, we can't actually get behind it. Okay. Now, I know there's a pin right here, but I can't get it, apparently. Alright, we'll go see what this door is before we go upstairs. Oh, it's another section that needs to be signed. Okay. Ooh, I guess. Started hitching every second. Ooh. Ooh. It could have a memory leak. It legitimately could have a memory leak. Also, we can't run in here, so if you're wondering why I'm walking so slow, it's because if we run, supposedly the librarian gets pissed. The ghost of the librarian, if you will. Oh, he's still standing over there. The library rules are way too strict. They're barely rules. Barely. Yeah, the janitor's over there. I can see his silhouette in the doorway. Damn. Oh, there's the cat. And the tentacles. Oh. Oh, were those symbols over the doors and I missed it? He went in that door, didn't he? We need to follow him. Let's figure out how to open it. What's that? Black
That
smoke?
again. I can use the lantern to clear it. Looks like there's
Oh,
something
Mayan's a little think
inside.
it's my PC gonna run and diagnose. Try rebooting it first. Beef, why are you the way that you are? Why are you the way that you are? You say shit like that and it makes me want to take the sword away. Oh, there's where we get the
This
pen.
pen looks ancient.
She keeps calling these things ancient, and I don't think that means what she thinks it means.
These record papers again.
Why are they all gathering around that girl's desk? What exactly are they doing to her desk? This doesn't feel right. Should I step in and stop them? Why am I suddenly crouching? Blames me for Sunstar's bits? I will skin you alive, Sunstar. Retroactive Sunstar. Sword wearer starts looking around. Could be a trapdoor, but how do we open it? Look at that, there's a set of books with weird patterns on the shelves. And some are missing.
Maybe we need to find the missing ones.
Perhaps the statues nearby have some clues. Did you check it already? No.
Alright. I'll go look into the rooms downstairs.
Okay then.
Books from 3 categories must be correctly arranged. 1. Phantom Blossom series. 2. Enigmatic Geometry series. 3. Crimson Eyes series.
Huh? Okay, so 2, 3, and then I guess
Do I
1.
have to arrange them in order? Wait. It looks like the books on the shelf are incomplete. Books from the 3 categories are missing. Perhaps I need to find them.
Oh, yes, what gave it away? Alright, so we need the third one of the eye. The second one of the green one. I think that's supposed to be like the lotus. And then the first one of whatever this triangle thing is. Alrighty then. Now for the slow walk downstairs so that we can go to each of those rooms. Alright, so we need the eye is the third one. The middle one was the lotus, and the first one was the kind of triangle looking one. Into the eye room. It's my Amy! It's my favorite character. This one looks fun. This one I want to read it again, too. Hi, Niren. We meet again. How are you doing? Have you found what you're looking for?
So you're here again. Actually, I'm looking for my sister.
Didn't we already tell her
I
that?
think she might be trapped in this place. Have you seen her?
No, I haven't, Niren. I'm just looking for the books. I haven't seen anyone else besides
I
you.
understand. Do you know anything about the door on the second floor? I need to go there to find the janitor.
We're near the bookcase, right? I've read all the books there. I've loved every one of them. The flower, the eyes, and the shape. If some books are missing, they're probably in the library. Curious about that, you should check from the nearest room here. Okay. Okay. Bust out the Google Doc. Who's Google Doc?
This is a register in the past. If I don't
Yes,
fill
yes,
it-
yes. Just scribbles in blocking. Okay, what do we have here?
This room is a book return room. Is this the book return box? I'll need to follow the librarian statue's rules.
I knew it! God damn it. Oh, she's holding the book. Okay.
That's the missing book from the bookshelf there on the second floor. But the roots are too tight. I can't pull it out. The signboard at the librarian statue reads, regarding books borrowed from the library, after informing the librarian about returned books, please correctly place it back on their shelf according to the rules of returning books.
Okay, it's just repeating the same rules.
The rules of borrowing and returning
Make a
books.
video, the truth about merry-go-round? What would the truth be?
Book return box? Do they mean I need to return all books to it?
To the box, or do I need to put them back?
There are rules for returning books written here.
Oh, is that if it's damaged?
1. Do not damage or write anything on the books. 2. Do not put damaged books in the green box. Damaged books must go in the red box, and staff must be informed. 3. The return box is only for books borrowed from this library.
Ooh, okay.
To return books, please ring the bell to call the librarian. An old book lying here.
Does this count as damaged? Right? Probably. Not damage or write anything on the books. Do not put damaged books in the green box. Damaged books must go in the red box and staff must be informed. Return box is only for books borrowed from this library. To return books, please ring the bell to call the librarian. Wait. Do I ring the bell? I guess I have to. It says I'm supposed to inform the staff, right? Is this gonna get me killed?
Blackout? Why now?
I think I fucked it up.
What's that noise? What is this? What just happened? What's that?
A receipt.
This is a book return card?
Book returns today. 1. Mystery fiction. 2. Horror. 3. Fundamental mathematics. 4. Travel guidebook. Oh. Chat, can somebody write these down? So mystery fiction, horror, mathematics, a guidebook. Sort the books by conditions before placing them in their respective categories. Fuck.
Fundamental mathematics. Math was never my way. Big Sis used to help me with it all the time. I should check around for any other books.
Never mind, maybe we'll just be able to find them here.
Horror.
This is just marked
A
horror
lot of students seem to love horror fiction.
and absolutely
Everyone's so
damaged.
obsessed with scary stories.
'Cause they're fucking fun. How dare you?
Travel guidebook. After what happened, our family never traveled anywhere else again.
What does that mean? What does that mean, Niren?
Mystery fiction. I've read this series before.
Did we have...
Loved it.
Was
And
mystery
reread it
fiction
so
one of the
many
things?
times.
I don't think it was it? Oof. Oof. It was the first one? Okay. Okay, yeah, it seems like there's only 4 books here anyway, so... Alright, real quick, let's do... Why can't I view the other books? Mystery fiction, horror, math, guidebook. Okay. Okay. And then... This one was the horror, right? Yeah. Guidebook was last. That one I can already see is damaged on the front. And I think the other 2 were good, but we're still going to check them. So mathematics, inspect. Seems pretty good. Also seems pretty good. Doink.
This should do it, right?
Hopefully. Oh boy, the horrors are back.
Why now?
It's the librarian, obviously.
What's that noise? Ah, inside that, there's something.
Oh, it's the thing that throws the books out.
The book is completely torn apart. It's in really bad condition. Huh? What's this piece of paper doing here?
Huh? Piece of paper hiding inside. Uh-oh. Kidnapping janitor vanished. Ooh. Police raid school in somewhere to arrest the janitor accused of multiple kidnappings. Thank you for self-care, Pyro. Remember, chat, if you want another stream this weekend, you gotta fill up the Ko-fi line. Gotta get that Ko-fi bar full. We're already over 50% there. Despite the arrest, no sign of the missing students have been found. Was this something like this happens at our school? Yes. Yes, it did. Okay, it's still the same newspaper. Same thing. Is that it? I don't do anything else with it? Okay, the librarian statue is not covered in thorns anymore. Hi, ma'am.
Finally, I managed to take the missing book out. I need to return it to the bookshelf on the 2nd floor.
Wow, that is a thick book. All right, to the other rooms. Hi, kitty. I found nothing. Oh, Niren, how's it going? Did you search for those books around here
I
yet?
got them.
I got one. I got one, Niren. Very well. Okay. Here, I have something to ask you. Last time, did you Really go back to your world?
When I went through that door, I think I saw a memory of the day
During
my
stream, it cannot be a
sister
chat that she
disappeared.
read off if you cut it off early for funnies. Add. Just show it didn't end there. If you mishear something, you need multiple people to say they heard that too before you can quote it. Don't miss anything. Oh, yes, or you will be shot. Polygon book, but why have the polys gone? Oh my god.
After I woke up, I was back in my classroom.
Oh my god. Damn rules. Yeah, rules. Makes the world go round. Also makes the circus go round. Have you lost your mind? Aren't you afraid that you might not be able to return?
Of course I'm scared. I'm terrified. But I have to save my sister. I
That'll
have to
be
bring-
fine. It'll be fine.
I even found something she dropped. It's proof she's here.
People do the best that I can. Well, welcome to the team, Beaker. I see. Well, I'll keep looking on my side.
Okay.
Authority and the moderation hierarchy? Yeah, the authority is mine. Yes, no rules. No, with a Z. It's spelled with a Z. R-U-L-E-Z. All right, let's go to the other rooms. Guess we'll just kind of follow where the cat just went. So hold on, I want to look at the cat's eyes. I swear its eyes look like hourglasses on this model for some reason. Wait, security? I missed that earlier. I'm so sorry, Carrie. You said something yesterday about where you won't believe where they offered me a position or something. Security? Okay. Let me in.
I heard students talking. I'll need to find the librarian statue to enforce the rules. The signboard for the library rules says, keep quiet while using the library. Do not disturb other users. Do not disturb others? Got it. I need to make this room quiet. The librarian statue. It's being watched by it feels dreadful.
Okay. So can I turn? And then we do it. Wait. There's another one back here. Oh, I see. Yeah, rotate her there. This one will rotate to the left. Why didn't that work?
Step inside, step inside.
Hello, who was that? Faye Fox, welcome in. How are you doing? Those chairs are still shaking. I hope that's not a bug. Because I don't think it makes sense for the other statues to be... Who's these giggling ball bags? They're just ghosts. Because see, she's looking right at that table. And see, it stops. And this one's staring right at them. Oh, it doesn't have a head. Okay, maybe there's a head around. Clearly need more statues. No. This statue doesn't have a head. See, for whatever reason, this one doesn't. No, nothing there. Maybe way back here? Removable head librarian? Listen, Doulahan librarian is an uncornered market, and I would kill to have a design for it. Doulahan is a killer ass design. I don't care what anybody says. 10 out of 10 monster. A knuckle Oh no. Oh no. This was one of the laughing tables, right? Where would we find another head? I haven't seen like smoke or anything. Let me steal your face. No, nothing back here. Assistant head of security. Head of security? How did you get recommended for that? Gotta be missing something somewhere, right? You don't think they used like the wrong asset for this model and didn't realize, right? Like this has to be intentional. Plus, like, if it was the head...
The talking noise has faded.
Huh?
Looks like the rules were enforced. What about those roots?
Okay. That was weird. Real punishments. All right. Hold your horses. Spin, spin, spin. Tell us to say you will win. Ooh. All right, Bubbles. What is your last words? What do you have to say? We live disappoint punishment? What do you mean by that? All right, Bubbles. Any last words? Any last words? Damn, I never get a chance. Listen. All right, Sunstar, do the thing. Oh, why is it like, it's kind of freaking out a little bit. All right, see you in 10 minutes, Bubbles. Thank you for redeeming the
retrieved
Wheel of
the missing book from
Punishment.
the bookshelf on the second floor.
It was rigged. Truth is, it was rigged from the start.
I'd better hurry and put it back where it belongs.
This is the I one. Okay. Hi, kitty.
I found another missing book, little cat. What about you? Did you find anything?
Nah, nothing useful.
Why are you chasing that janitor?
He's the only clue I've got. After you left, I kept exploring. Suddenly found a strange door. But it was so creepy. And then that janitor came out from it. And then the door vanished. I've been following him, hoping to see that door again. I think it might be my only clue to get me out of here.
I see.
Hmm.
That creepy door? Maybe.
All right. I'm kind of curious to see what happens if I try to run, but at the same time, I really don't want to. What's the one we went into? We went to the other one. Okay, so we need to go into this one. Okay. I'm also trying to figure out if this game was also intended as like baby's first horror game, because it does partially give the vibe that like maybe this is a way to introduce younger people into horror. Wait a second, where are the names appearing? Uh-oh. I need an adult!
What's going on? Who did this?
I don't think I want to go in there. Oh well. Mama go round ain't raised no bitch.
The laughter? From the footprint? Now it's run away.
Oh, okay. This is the somebody
going?
running around in the library.
How far would they go?
Oh boy, light switches. Oh, she doesn't have a plaque. Huh. Another light switch in there. I think the weird thing with the lighting in this game on occasion is the lights are on now, but this hallway really doesn't look like its lighting's changed.
Footprints? Where did they go? I'll need to find the librarian statue to follow the written rules. This rule says, do not run in the library. It'll disturb other users. Normally, if someone ran here, the librarian would drag them out for sure.
Okay. Are there gonna be ghosts here? Am I gonna have to run from
That
ghosts?
footprint. Someone's running, aren't they? It seems like they're avoiding the librarian statue. If I want to stop them, I'll need to make them get caught.
Ooh. Oh, interesting. So do I have to chase them? Nothing? Nothing. Huh. Guess it means we have to get this one. I turn the power off?
The light in the room is off. Those flowers will grow back. That could be useful. I might be able to corner that footprint with the statue.
Mm. Okay, so I know they're going this way. Tra-la-la-la. Oh no, not cats in underpants. It's because of the twilight time. Always the twilight time. Oh. Okay, well that was easy. I was caught. I won't do that again. I'll go elsewhere. We can talk about the fact that those aren't shoe prints, those are bare footprints.
The footprints have vanished. Alright. Time to retrieve the book from the statue.
I do wonder if the intent for this was to be like baby's first horror game. Because the way that it's implying makes me feel like I don't even know what the rating for this game is.
I found the missing book from the bookshelf. I need to put it back where it was.
Well, no, it just gives me the idea with the way that like Naren narrates everything. Yeah, the way she narrates everything makes me think that this was meant for somebody who may not be able to like grasp the say like deeper plots of games like, I don't know, Silent Hill or Resident Evil in certain cases. Near no now, neither of the Narnival. Number ni nook is nothing do not and number ni nurger somebody know to nook youngest. And Huntsman
Cat,
die.
I got another book.
You did? I didn't find much around here. Yeah, because you're just staring at the same
Can I
bookcase.
ask you something?
Snarf sounding dialogue? Exactly. Sure,
How
shoot.
did you get here? And could you talk like this back in your world?
About that? Yeah, I can talk from the beginning. As for how I got here, one moment I was in my world and the next I was here, but I still remembered what I was doing before it happened. Not something nice to hear. Let's just say I have to get back. I must.
Alright. Let me help you.
$1,000, Sunstar. $1,000 in my pocket, and we will finish Huntsman. And then I'm going to get new tires tomorrow. Oh, wait, we have, damn it. We have, mage time tomorrow. Darn. Probably wouldn't be able to do it tomorrow. I'd have to do it. Oh, I have to probably wait till Monday would be better. If I go Saturday, it's gonna be fucking impossible. I'll give you 2K to not play it. You heard it. You heard the man. It's on the table, Sunstar. 1K to play it, another 2K to skip it. Yes, I got all 3 books. Let's put them on the shelf. I'm just talking about the baby's first horror game. I ain't saying nothing. Oh. Or are you talking about the jinx that is about to get worse? I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody to tell me if it gets worse. Because I think we're currently in one of the... Okay, this is the shape. Start a bidding war for Baron's honor? Oh, good lord.
The missing book is finally complete. Let's see if the door opens now. Oh, that's... The door is open now. The janitor must have gone through there.
Must have. We literally saw him go through there.
Little cat. Let's follow him.
Okay, be careful. I've got a bad feeling that there's definitely something inside the room. Ooh. Ominous.
This feeling? It's just like that time. Ugh, it's terrible.
Ah! This atmosphere again. Oh, this was the locker, wasn't it?
This table where the student got bullied?
Yeah, because the last picture that we saw of them was them doing something to the
Quite
desk.
dirty, covered in trash and scratches. So cruel. I wish I could do something. Gosh, this is too much. This will help it look cleaner.
Oh, am I just picking it up? Did the book last? Is that? Wait, is that an empty, that's an empty box cutter.
This piece of cloth can be used to clean the table.
Is there gonna be something under it? Ooh.
Okay, almost done. These stains are stubborn.
It's not reliant on you and you alone. I've bought almost all of her merch, Dingus. Listen, it's fine. Although I think I did get a, I did get a payout from BT Horizon. I think I woke up this morning to something from PayPal, but it was like $1.18, and I was like, oh man, that's actually kind of funny though. All right, almost and the stains are
little more.
stubborn.
That should do it. That's all I can do. Some scratches might remain, but it's better than leaving it like this.
We'll make the big bucks. Who fucking knows, dude? Oh, we getting cutscene again? Let's go! Here she comes. I wonder how she'll react when she sees the table. Will she be shocked or maybe cry? I want to see your face clearly. Oh, that's fucking demented, dude. Wait, that's the girl! That's Aki right there. So she is the red-haired girl. What's this? When I came here in the morning, her desk was already a mess. I didn't mean for it to go this far. Hey, can you imagine her face right now? It must look so funny. Okay, I think they're talking to Aki. Yeah, I guess. Okay, I think that's Aki talking. Why didn't you say anything? Huh? Why? Why wouldn't you get mad? So boring. She stays silent, as always. Yeah, let's go grab some snacks.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Okay, let's go.
The atmosphere feels lighter. Is it because of what I did? What's that?
Probably.
How did a door just appear out of nowhere?
Forfeits the cuts for cheaper merch. Selfless, truly. Selfless, truly. Oh, God.
Store again? Wait, this is the same thing when I first came here.
What is this creepy door? Oh, he can see it this time. Have you ever seen it before?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the janitor's
I came here
door.
through this door when I arrived.
If that's true, then this door might lead us to the janitor's place too. We should try going through it. Okay.
Where am I again? This place.
Oh, Jesus.
Maybe this is the old building?
Oh, wait, is this the basement? Naren, have you been here before?
Yeah. I was sent here when I entered this world.
Wait, you're still waiting on it? Oh my God. Actually, hold on, real quick. How long has it been, Beef? It's been what, over 3 weeks? Something like that? How long has it been, Beef? Start of March? Okay, let me see. All right. Mess is a wrap. We'll see if we get an answer, and I'll let you know later, Beef. Yeah, but a month is, like, almost a month is still a long time. Oh, okay, it's a hole. Hello? I don't like those steppy sounds. I don't like those steppy sounds. Ooh, oh, that's worse. Oh, that's worse.
It's here. I need to find the cloth doll the janitor kept. If I can get it, it might lead me to my sister.
Hey, Niran, what did you hear about that? From the kid named Miami you met?
Not Miami. It's from another student who's trapped here.
How is the cat trapped here forever and never ran? Oh my god, also, I'm sorry, Andre. I just saw your sub. All
A
right.
long red-haired girl who called herself Aki.
A long red-haired girl? Hey, Niran, you shouldn't trust that girl so much. I think is the cat going to be the bullied
you
girl?
met
Is
Aki
that what we're going to
before?
find out? Is it going to be Miami or is this going to be the bullied girl? Yeah, I have. What happened? It's nothing. Let's keep going. Nothing will happen anyway. Oh, these are trash bags.
The marks on this sack are disgusting.
Okay.
This sack, it's so creepy.
We know the janitor was kidnapping kids already. Can't interact with that locker, but I have a horrifying suspicion that I might be able to later. Because there's lockers on both sides of the room. Oh, hold on. There's a paper something? Oh, it was a shine. I thought it was a paper crane.
The rotor for the door lock? I'll keep it for now. It might come in handy.
Oh. Uh-oh. Is that it? According to the investigation, the police found 6 girls and 5 boys, but 1 person is still missing. Oh, I can't rotate it. Wait, does that mean there's 11 of these bags?
Code wheel is missing.
Oh, 651? Okay, it's still doing the same thing. So, mouse and keyboard. It's not the right doll, but it is a doll.
A cloth doll. Is that what Aki was talking about?
Would explain why she's stuck here.
Compare with
Maybe.
the drawing Aki gave me.
What? It's definitely not it.
This
Ooh! Okay. Well, it's definitely going to be like the last doll we find, I bet. It looks like there's something inside the room. It's code locked. I'll wait around there here for you. The code wheels are missing. We'll need to find them. Of course they are. Careful around the janitor. I don't know what'll happen if you get caught.
Right. I will do.
I'm
Thanks
gonna
for
guess
your
we end up in a
concern,
sack.
Luca.
9.
This cable tie is wrapped around the handle tightly. What's inside? I need something to cut it with.
Oh boy. All right. Anything else over here? Nope. Kind of makes me concerned that the janitor's gonna be up here. Oh, I see you. Oof, okay, hold on. That one's also locked. Seriously? Door's locked.
Sacks are blocking the way. I won't be able to go this way.
Oh,
This must be the janitor's room. We need to search every corner to find the cloth doll.
fuck. There's another locker here.
This sack's been left open, packed with stuff. There's so many of them. Does a janitor keep all these things in here?
Hmm. Uh-oh.
What's that noise? The janitor is coming this way.
And there's the
Find somewhere to
locker.
hide. The locker.
Okay, that was really kind of janky. And this is like reversed. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, but wait, he looks kind of cool. Okay. God damn it, Tuca. Hey, sir. Okay.
What does a janitor
Okay, it's a little
do with
janky.
sacks?
Oh, he's literally just right outside.
What does he put in the sack? Maybe the cloth doll that Aki mentioned is inside one of them.
Fuck!
I need to check. What's in this sack? A wire cutter.
Yep, that's
Janitor
useful.
really keep things inside. The cloth doll Aki mentioned is hidden in these sacks. I'll need to open all the sacks to find it.
Is there another locker? Please go away. that a locker back there that he's staring at? Okay. Leave the fucking room. Please. He's not going to. He's going to keep looping the room. Oh, and he dropped the sack there too, and it blocks the way. I'd go behind him, but this man does do like a lot of just 180s. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Okay, buddy, where are you going? The wrong way. The wrong way is where he's going. Go away, chuckle fuck! God damn it! No! Just immediately dead.
There's a guy hiding these sacks. What's in this sack? A wire
Does the
cutter.
janitor really keep things?
So yeah, we can in fact get
Like you mentioned, I'll need to open all the sacks.
the thing is we got animation locked and he doesn't. You know what? Fuck it. We ball. Crazy. Come on, buddy. Oh no, the sacks. Ooh, is he faster than me? Oh no. Oh my god, he is faster than me. I got stuck. I got stuck. Again, the bar at the bottom means fucking nothing. There, I don't know why it
What's in this
exists.
sack?
I don't know why it exists at
A
all.
wire cutter.
Does the janitor really
This
keep?
the cloth. I'll need to open all.
Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna go for the furthest one. She is so slow, dude. Hello? Are you serious? You know what? Just fucking eat me, dude. Jesus! I'm sitting here hitting the X while looking at the bag, and Darren's just like fucking staring at it.
What's in this sack? A wire
Does the
cutter.
janitor really?
The cloth.
Shut
I'll need to
up!
open-
Why look back? There's no reason to look back. Thing is, though, is I was trying to open the bag and just Niran just wasn't doing it. And I stood up by accident. There we go. All right, where you going, buddy? And it does like this whole animation lock or the weird fade to black for some reason. Look at her. She's so slow, dude. No! The fade to black to just tell you, oh, there's nothing is... I'm stuck again. Oh, okay, so that door is still open when he's not aggroed. If you aggro him... Oh, shit. How many times can you get stuck on one sack? Okay. Dude, seriously? Okay. Okay, just made me stand up. POV! Also, what is that music? What's the same music we heard earlier? Wait, did the lantern just light something up on him?
Predators following that sound. I need to hurry and search the sex in another room. I hope I don't run into him again.
We're almost certainly going to. Goodness. Oh, we got the wheel. There's the locker there too, which makes me think he's gonna be out here. How's it going? Did you find anything else? Looks like the janitor keeps his things in these sacks.
While searching, I found this wire cutter in one of them. We'll need to go through the sacks. There might be the doll and the code wheels inside.
And those creepy sacks? There was some of the previous room too. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Yeah. Okay, we gotta go this way and then... Oh, there had to be a shadow in the back. Yeah, of course. Oh, there is the locker right there. Totally missed that. Could have gotten in there. All right, what are we doing, champ? Oh, nope, that's triggering him. No. It's fine, it's fine, it's totally fine. Scared of Gun 2026. If you think Grayson's getting thrown around by the Requiem, if somebody like Naren or even Emily in the actual universe thing, they'd be gone. Fuck, dude. Of course he was gonna stay in here. Where is he? I ain't getting out of this locker until that eye goes away. Okay, maybe I'm gonna be forced to. Nope, nope, he's coming back. Damn, I should have gotten out when the shaking stopped. Oh, never mind. And never mind, he's coming back. I don't think this is gonna work. I think he's just gonna get me. Oh. Oh, okay. Huh. So you want a DVD killer? Oh no. That leaving sand just outside the locker you're in, but the one that who look in the locker because it's obvious? I think one of my favorite like shorts I've ever seen of DVD is when somebody plays like Michael Myers or something. And they know for like 100% somebody's in a locker next to them or something. Start our own space program on the spot. True. I don't know where the other bags are though. I thought there were 2 lockers in this room. He's coming back. God damn it. If the locker is rocking, don't bother knocking. Okay. Alien Isolation Hollow? What? Hi, I see you too. I think one thing too that they did good with this monster is he also does very much look like kind of just generic adult Japanese man. That they did just like overstretched his proportions. Like he has the very basic like Japanese man's hairstyle of the era. Okay, he's leaving. Oh, that never mind. We came in through that hole. Oh, of course. Nothing. Oh, there's the other locker I was thinking of. Okay, so we have all 3 code wheels. He's coming back. It's okay. It's okay. We're right next to the locker. We're just gonna go super happy locker time. Super happy locker time. Just a dude? I don't think it's just a dude in this case. Well, we know he's some kind of heinous monster because he kidnapped, what, 12 children technically, but they only found 11 of them. He's friend shaped, maybe conditioned to think that from watching too many Baron streams. I mean, that can happen. Watching too many merry-go-round streams does come with an infectious disease. Knowledge. It comes with knowledge. Is not coming back in here? Is it because we got all the bags that were in this room? No heart monitor? Oh no, we're too close to the end of stream, Beef. We're too close to the end of stream. Can somebody refund that? If we do it at the beginning of the game, it's much more worthwhile. Okay. Basically what I'm waiting for him to do is to come back in here and then leave again so that I can go behind him. There we go. Or I could just maybe wait for him to go to the other side of the room. Would that be better? Oh no, he doesn't stop there. He just keeps moving. Ominous. Maybe I should have gone when he was in that corner, but oh well. All right, we're going. You're fucking joking. I hit square to turn on the fucking lantern. And I guess just lantern turn on with the monster around just immediately triggers them. Please go away. Please keep going. Please go somewhere else. Come on, dude. You're fucking joking. Seriously? Is this what you actually do the whole time in this room? You actually just stand in the same place? I just want to get to this locker. And then we'll wait for him to loop into the other classroom, and then I can probably use the lantern to do the shadow thing in the corner. Hello, sir. How may I help you? Please go the other direction. Let you hide in vents? Hiding in vents just gives a game developer the opportunity to make the most terrifying scares imaginable by making you think you're safe in the vents and then putting the monster in the vents. Is he seriously just gonna keep pathing? Is he really just gonna keep looping around the room? I think he is. And I think he's tied to the like bags that are available, is what I'm thinking. You know what? Ah! Run, baby girl, run! Let's get some hustles. Don't slow down. Oh, is that bar maybe the distance? Is that what that is? That's exactly my thoughts, Baron. How'd you know? Spent way too long cowering in vents and aliens isolation. You poor fool. You poor, poor fool. All right, he's gone. Oh no, that's not the direction we need to go. Also, we didn't find the doll, which makes me think that we'll probably find it in this next room. Also, wasn't it? It was 923, wasn't it? Those are the numbers we found for the combination. All right, let's break this open first. Oh. Okay. Oh, hey. Oh God, there's... No. Yeah, there's only 3. Okay, I thought I had all 3. I guess I only had 2. Oh, and then we have to use the mouse and keyboard. Oh, that wasn't right? Okay, hold on. Then we need to go back real quick. Oh, 2-4. Okay. That's our doll.
Must be the cloth doll that the janitor kept.
Hi, Sylvie.
This is the one. It matches exactly with the drawing Aki gave me. This thing looks ancient.
She keeps
Let's
calling them
quickly take it.
ancients. It's not that old. The cloth doll, huh? All right, Aaron, we should leave here quickly. Say, but there's a door back here. What's happening? Why can't we get out? We're still trapped in the janitor's place. What is this? This place looks the same.
Oh no! He's coming.
I'm running! But he's catching up! Okay, the music fading out kind of scared me. Oh, is it stamina? Oh my god, I didn't realize it was stamina. That's not the right way. Okay, so we only have stamina in chases. Oh fuck, god damn it. Come on. Oh god damn it, there's more. Come on. We won't make it. He's coming too fast. I'll buy us some time. You get rid of those roots.
Wait, little cat.
Is he gonna kill the lights? Is that what it's gonna be? I'm gonna drop a bucket on him.
Little cat.
Oh my god, the music is so
Yeah,
loud.
that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Shut up!
Little cat. Come here. Quickly.
Oh, he's gonna get stuck behind the flowers. Oh man. Ow!
Little cat.
Come on, you're a cat. You can jump over them.
The flowers bloomed and blocked the path after the blackout. I need something to throw at the light switch to turn it back on. There's nothing nearby. The cloth doll. This doll might help me find my sister. What if the janitor is looking for her?
Ooh. Okay, do we get to make this decision? No? No, we don't get to make this decision. Oh.
The janitor's gone? That's... Is he hiding the doll?
That raises more questions. Why is the doll
It's
important?
like he really cares about the doll. As if he's always searching for it. And now I'm the one who took it away. But who hid it from him in the first place?
Oh my god, are we gonna find out Aki's the bad guy? Phew, what a relief. Thanks for helping. I didn't think you'd throw away that doll. How are we going to find your sister
I
now?
think the cloth doll is what the janitor wanted most.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine, I guess.
Plot thickens.
At least
Plot
he has it
thickens.
now. Maybe Aki tricked us about the doll. We'll just have to find another way to find my sister, little cat.
Did the janitor get blamed for a kid killing kids? Ooh, that's a good question. Ooh. That'd be a cool plot.
Here
Is
again?
that Aki? That doesn't look like... That's not Aki. Is it? Oh, no, it is. She just looked weird at a distance. How's it going? Having fun? I had a great time. What do you mean you had a great time?
You lied to me. I almost got killed. That cloth doll you tricked me into stealing. It's the one the janitor is always looking for.
Okay. Relax, I just wanted a little fun. I'm the one who took the cloth doll from the janitor's hands. Wasn't it exciting? If you pull it off, we can find a better hiding spot together. Oh, Jesus.
And what about my sister? You said you knew where she was.
So she's a
that
bully
also a
at
lie?
school and in the Twilight Dimension. I really do know where she is. She's in a deeper place. Much deeper. Now the janitor's gone, we can go deeper into the Twilight Dimension of this school. Then why did you hide it? If getting rid of the janitor meant that you could just go deeper anyway. Time's up, isn't it, Niran?
Wait, what does that mean?
I can tell you, but maybe you won't make it. And if you want to stay here with me, see you next time.
I'm back at the school? The Shime. I need to find the exit.
Okay, hi, kitty. Where were we? When I got back, you were
I need to
gone.
see Aki.
She lied about the clock spell, but she told me where my sister
What's
is.
up, little cat? I have to find the exit. And
Oh,
leave.
boy. Oh, boy. Ah, you're looking for the exit, huh? We better hurry. Oh, there it is, the bedroom door again. I thought that was a bottle of ramen for a second.
I found it, little cat. The door to my bedroom. See you, little cat. Be careful. I'll be back tomorrow.
I'll keep gathering information. If I find your sister, I'll let her know. Oh, no, this does say Naren. I thought it said Maria earlier for some reason. So the sister's name is Maya.
Almost 5 p.m. Big sis must have gone home already. I should pack up and head back too.
This is another flashback, but we don't have a art scene for it. Okay.
Big sis, why are you still here?
I got lost and thought looking at... Wait. I got lost and thought looking at it. At it?
Aren't you having dinner with Mom?
What is it? Oh, I told her to take a rain check. I also told her that I'd have a meal with you. Niran, instead, there's a new shop near our home. I said home, Niran. I'll treat
Okay.
you. Oh.
That day? Did I go home?
Oh, I did? I missed... Oh, I'm sorry. I missed sister's first line. I thought it was
She
just the
went
dot,
home
dot, dot.
first and then vanished. What is this? Is this really my memory? What does it mean? If my sister went home with me that day, then how did she vanish? What's really going on?
Well, then. Loading, loading, loading. TikTok. Although, I do wonder if this person actually forget the onomatopoeia for TikTok has C's in it. Oh no. Oh no. Has TikTok, the app, taken over the original onomatopoeia for TikTok? Oh no, it can't be true. It can't be true. All right, we just, what? We skipped to the end of the next school day?
Class is over.
Yes, we did.
What was that yesterday? The janitor, when he got the cloth doll, he vanished. Aki, the one I met yesterday? Who is she? Did she get trapped there like me? Maybe someone in class might know something about her. I don't want to ask around, but I have no choice.
Niran walks towards a group of students who was chatting.
Well, can I ask you guys something?
The group turns to Niran, surprised. Yeah, Niran, what's up?
Do you guys know a student named Aki?
Aki, I've never heard of that name. Why don't you check the yearbook? Maybe she's in the same year as us.
Yearbook? I didn't know we had it before. Can I take a look?
Sure, here you go. A yearbook for this year. It contains photos of everyone.
Thanks. Nothing. There's no photo or even a name in here.
Probably because she's not from this year.
Maybe Aki isn't from this school? Then Who is she?
I don't know. Uniforms are pretty unique to each school.
There's so much.
Typically. Naren walks back to her desk, lost in thought. Isn't it strange? Naren never talks to us. Yeah, she's so tight-lipped, probably because of that time. Oh, it's almost 4:30. Let's head home. Group quickly ran out of the classroom. Sound of their footsteps fades until only silence remains. What the hell is this? It's almost time for the Twilight Dimension. This one's not voiced.
I'm back in the classroom again?
Just instantly.
Who's there? Aki? Why are you here again?
Well then. Oh, she's the one drawing the eyes. All right, chat. We're gonna call it here, though. We're gonna call it here. Day 3 is a good spot to stop. All right, kids. I'm back in the fucking building again! God damn it! Nah, it's fine. I like this building. I like this building. Okay. Chat, okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Whatever you say. I never started the Twitter stream. I'm an idiot. All right, let's see, kids. Who is doing what right now? Who the hell is that? Hold on a second. All right, chat, that was the last stream of this week. Unless y'all decide to do offline donos to finish the Ko-fi thing. Skylord Zoe. All right. Let's see if I can find somebody to raid. Is anybody doing something spooky, or is everybody on that Slay the Spire shenanigans? Maybe Rama's doing spooky stuff. I mean, her title is No More Glizzies, Only Spooks. Other than that... Falsified an accusation just for the janitor? Maybe, but the thing is, that newspaper clipping said that they found bodies, or recovered bodies. So that makes me think that the kids were killed somehow. But I'm starting to think that maybe it wasn't the janitor. I'm thinking it may have been Aki. She may have literally bullied kids until they died. And those like 11 kids are the kids that she bullied. And maybe one of those kids was the janitor's kid. Like maybe the doll belonged to his daughter or something. Which would explain why the photo of her was still in the school, in his, like, in the janitor's area. But I think we're going to raid Rama. She's doing just chatting right now, but she will raid him. Ramaya. All right, chat, what do I do for raid message? Yeah, we're going to be playing it again on Monday. We'll be doing Naren on Monday. And Tuesday, we'll be back to Crystal. Back to school. Pretty open and shut. I don't know yet. I don't know exactly how long the game is. Back to the haunted school. No, we'll do, I'm back in the building again. All right, chat. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for the raids, if any of the folks are still hanging around. Zebby, Hectic, Tex, Nex, Grumpy Pants. I'm back in the building again. Thank you, Beer. But I will see you guys on Monday or tomorrow for Mage if you're going to be over at Hectic's. Other than that, though, guys, stay out of trouble. Go eat something delicious. Go get into some trouble. And I will see you later. Good night.